Chapter 1179, Challenge, Chapter 1179, Challenge, Heaven Surmounting, This is my tea. It sounds like it's pretty good. Yi Yuan mulled over his own tea. For a bit and felt rather satisfied still. It was just that he was somewhat curious about what on earth the Heaven's secret tower was basing on to determine the caliber of strength. More than just pretty good. I reckon that Heaven's stabilizing Divine King's face is definitely green. He's just Heaven stabilizing. But, Your Excellency, tower above the heavens. This disparity is not just a tiny bit. Ha ha! Jiang Taitsung said with a loud laugh, with him laughing. The others also started chortling with laughter. These people were all very unhappy with that overweeningly arrogant appearance of Zhuge Qingxian. Back then, if not for the spirit-bristled Divine King, making it in time, Yi Yuan would definitely have already died in his hands. Therefore, this group of people all had a feeling of being bound by a common hatred for the enemy. Now, Yi Yuan entered the rankings of the 10 great divine kings. Not only was he ranked 6th, he even obtained a heaven-surmounting that Zhuge Qingxian was definitely repulsed to death. In truth, they also guessed correctly. Zhuge Qingxian was indeed very repulsed right now. What changes did the 10 great divine kings have? Let me hear about it, Yi Yuan asked. Although he did not have any feelings regarding being chosen for the 10 great divine kings, this did not hinder him in paying a little attention to the status changes of the divine realm's apex powerhouses. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, Jiang Taitsung took the initiative to volunteer and told Yi Yuan about the status changes without omitting any details. After Yi Yuan heard, he was very surprised too. But when he heard Sikong Shang's name, a cold light flashed past in his eyes. Putting aside the grudge of that one palm on that day, the matter of him refining Yu Wuya into a clone was sufficient for Yi Yuan to have killing intent aroused. Yi Yuan's feelings toward the Tranquil Cloud sect were very deep. Yu Wuya was the Tranquil Cloud sect's founding ancestor, but he ended up as one of his clones. This made Yi Yuan unable to accept it. Even though he had never met Yu Wuya, his sword Dao concept had half that was inherited from him. This grudge he must avenge. Yi Yuan already secretly made up his mind. When the mission this time was over, he would go find the Darkness Divine King to settle this score properly. The few people were currently chatting when Ao Duo suddenly wanted to see Yi Yuan. Meeting Yi Yuan once again, Ao Duo felt mixed feelings too. Back then, the Dragon Clan wanted the sacred dragon token back from Yi Yuan. Both parties almost came to blows. The Yi Yuan at that time was still just a genius who astounded others. But just a few years of not seeing, Yi Yuan already matured into a powerhouse that looked down upon the world that even he had to look up to, especially when he knew that Yi Yuan comprehended divine, rank dragon wave. The astonishment in his heart could be imagined. Actually, in his heart, he already acknowledged Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai as the Dragon Lord, to be able to cultivate dragon wave to divine. Rank. If one was still not able to be called the Dragon Lord, he was unable to answer to his subjects at all. Dragon Lord. Ao Duo gave a bow respectfully. Yi Yuan said coolly, Patriarch doesn't have to be so courteous. You're still the Patriarch. Just call me Yi Yuan will do. I wonder what Patriarch came to find this Yi for. His tone was very calm, but it exuded prestige that left no room for doubt. Ao Duo did not insist either and said, Young Master Yi, there are many powerhouses outside the clan wanting to challenge you. They said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Just say what's on your mind. They said that, Young Master Yi, you're not fit to enter the 10 great divine kings. Ao Duo said cautiously, This bunch of self-righteous fools. Ao Qian said in a cold voice, A bunch of things that don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They haven't met a true genius before. Jiang Taitsung also grumbled, Toward this, Yi Yuan did not care a whit and said with a faint smile, "No need to care about them. As long as they don't cause trouble, up to them to say what they like. This young master isn't so free as to prove my strength to them. Ao Qian, you go outside and stand guard. If anybody causes trouble, no need to pull punches." Ao Qian received the order and said, "Yes, my lord." Yi Yuan was disdainful to stoop to the level of those so-called geniuses. But ever since after the Heaven's Secret Tower published the news, the human martial artists that headed to the Dragon Clan's totem territory to raise a clamor outside became more and more. 5 days later, the powerhouses that gathered outside the Dragon Clan actually already reached 100 people. Among these 100 people, the weakest was a Void Mystic Powerhouse too. But these people mostly did not look too old. They should all be young geniuses. If not for this news that the Heaven's Secret Tower announced, one would probably not know that there were actually so many Void Mystic Powerhouses in the Divine Realm. Of course, the Divine Realm was too large. Reclusive sects and ancient families were too many to count. Holy lands were merely the strength on the surface. The Divine Realm had trillions of martial artists. Such a vast number, the Void Mystic Powerhouses naturally would not be just that few. What was truly few were the pinnacle powerhouses. Because Divine Tao inheritances were too few, Yi Yuan, you coward! If you have the capabilities, come out and accept our challenge. An 8th level Tao, profound, actually dare proclaim to be of the 10 great divine kings. How is your skin so thick? If you don't have strength, don't put on an act in front of people. Hurry up and announce to the world, voluntarily withdraw from the 10 great divine kings. When Ao Qian heard those words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. If not for Yi Yuan warning and advice, he would have long flung a tight slap over. Where did this snotty brat come from? Truly, the ignorant were fearless. These so-called powerhouses, His Excellency could poke them to death with one finger. To actually dare raise such a hue too. Suddenly, his brows raised up. A feeling of danger welled up in his heart. Not just him. Those young powerhouses clamoring clearly all detected it too. A middle-aged man strolled over in the air, leisurely, bringing along an extremely terrifying aura. He came before Ao Qian and said coolly, "Call Yi Yuan out. I'm here to challenge him." Facing this middle-aged man, Ao Qian actually had a feeling of palpitating with anxiety and fear. In this world, those capable of making him have such a feeling were clearly not simple people. But Yi Yuan said before not to let these people disturb him. Ao Qian still carried out the order loyally, saying coolly, "His Excellency is in closed seclusion and isn't free to take on challenges." That middle-aged man did not reveal a surprised look. He said just indifferently, "If he's not coming out, I can only go in to find him." Finished talking, he lifted his foot and walked towards inside the totem territory, directly disregarding Ao Qian. The middle-aged man's haughty attitude also thoroughly infuriated Ao Qian. His figure moved, directly blocking in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man did not say a word. A palm wormed out like a ghost, directly smacking towards Ao Qian. Bang! This palm actually directly ignored Ao Qian's Divine King domain, smacking onto his chest. Poo work! Ao Qian immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood, his body flying out horizontally. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Clan's powerhouses' expressions changed drastically, while those experts who came to challenge Yi Yuan all revealed an expression of taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. This time, a tough character finally came. Even for the Azure Dragon Clan, wanting to deal with this middle-aged man was likely somewhat enough to choke on, right? This middle-aged man's strength was indeed very strong. That palm, just now, was incomparably bizarre. Not a single one of them actually saw clearly how the other party attacked. Chapter 1180, Show Mercy. Chapter 1180, Show Mercy. Haha, beautifully done. This guy is too arrogant. Teach him a good lesson. Yi Yuan is a scaredy cat. We came to challenge him, and he actually doesn't even dare to show face. With this, his true form is going to be exposed, right? Hey, what's your name? Your strength is so formidable. In my view, you should be the one entering the 10 great divine kings. These people were continuously blocked outside by Ao Qian. They were naturally unhappy in their hearts. Seeing Ao Qian being beaten until he spat blood at this time, each and every one of them all started gloating over others' misfortune. That middle-aged man also felt pleased with himself inwardly when he saw that he was receiving everyone's praises. Through over 2,000 years of development, the 10 great divine kings already became the symbol of holiness in the divine realm's martial artists' hearts. They were every martial artist's idol, and also the goal that each martial artist strove towards. Because the 10 great divine kings were the divine realm's true absolute summit, this middle-aged man was naturally here, aiming for fame too. Chao Yunji, the middle-aged man, uttered his own name indifferently, having the demeanor of an expert. This name naturally Body heard of it before, but he believed that starting from today, this name would be known by the entire divine realm. The 10 great divine kings were also nothing more than this. Over 1,000 years ago, Chao Yunji obtained a divine Tao inheritance by chance and entered closed seclusion to cultivate ever since. Who would have thought that the moment he exited seclusion, he got the news of Yi Yuan pulling off an upset and entering the 10 great divine kings? He immediately realized that his chance to make a name for himself came. As long as he defeated Yi Yuan, he would naturally have the qualifications to replace Yi Yuan, becoming one of the 10 great divine kings. Therefore, he came. Just the likes of you wish to get in my way too? Chao Yunji shot him a contemptuous glance and said, coolly. The whole process of this palm was incomparably strange from beginning to end. It was simply impossible for Ao Qian to guard against. But being looked down upon by a snotty brat, Ao Qian's chest was simply about to explode. Grandpa Ao will fight it out with you. Ao Qian gritted his teeth. The power of his divine king domain opened up fully, charging over towards Chao Yunji, who knew that Chao Yunji was completely condescending toward Ao Qian, and said with a scornful look, already spared you from death just now. Since you're seeking death yourself, this Chao will send you off. Done talking, Chao Yunji's peculiar palm appeared once more. Ao Qian's pupils constricted. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. This palm was absolutely a lethal palm. Wanting to avoid it, but Chao Yunji's palm followed closely like a shadow. It was simply unavoidable. It's over just like this. Ao Qian fought helplessly. He also did not think that after seeing the light of day anew, the strength of this divine realm's martial artist was actually formidable to such a degree already. A person that randomly came out, he was already not a match. Looks like these 20,000 years really held him up for too long. Chao Yunji saw Ao Qian's expression of resigning himself to fate, but he did not show the slightest hint of stopping. Killing people to establish power. This was what he currently had in mind. But right at this time, a surge of killing intent suddenly locked onto him. The countenance of Chao Yunji, who realized the danger changed, his figure retreating explosively. When he looked again, there was already an additional youth by Ao Qian's side. The young man was currently looking at him, killing intent faintly arising. Seeing Yi Yuan, Chao Yunji was stupefied. Soon after, a surge of anger from humiliation welled up in his heart. He was actually scared into retreat by an 8th-level Tao profound youth. Yi Yuan frowned as he looked at Ao Qian and suddenly made a move like lightning, tapping on his body. Pork! Ao Qian spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, his complexion immediately becoming much rosier. What a vicious palm art! Was he the one who injured you? Yi Yuan asked. Ao Qian slowly nodded his head, then bent his body, and gave a bow towards Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, Chao Yunji's expression changed. Not only was his palm art incomparably profound, it even contained hidden force, injuring people imperceptibly. He comprehended for over 1,000 years before having a preliminary understanding of this divine Tao law. He did not expect that not only did Yi Yuan see through with one glance, he even resolved it effortlessly. Who are you, boy, to actually dare intervene in this Chao's affairs? Chao Yunji looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "You don't even recognize me, and actually dare to come and challenge me? Truly, the ignorant are fearless." Yi Yuan said coolly. Chao Yunji's expression changed, and he said in surprise, "You're Yi Yuan? I heard that you're only 7th level Tao profound. Didn't think that you broke through so quickly." But Yi Yuan did not pay attention to his surprise and said grimly, "Scram, before I change my mind." This Chao Yunji was clearly someone who obtained a divine Tao legacy. The fiend race crisis was about to erupt soon. Such a person could be considered a talent. Hence, even though Yi Yuan had killing intent aroused, he did not make a move to kill. The moment Chao Yunji heard, he was tickled. Even though he came into being not long, he was not a fledgling. How could he be scared away by a sentence from Yi Yuan? "Ha ha, boy, I admit that you're rather different. But entering the rankings of the 10 great divine kings, you're not qualified enough yet." An 8th level Tao profound actually entered the ranks of the 10 great divine kings. This is simply a joke. Chao Yunji suddenly let out a roaring laugh. Chao Yunji's words made those geniuses guffaw with laughter to no end. "Ha! Yeah, 8th level Tao profound isn't even divine king. To actually dare proclaim as one of the 10 great divine kings, truly no sense of shame. A measly 8th level Tao profound actually dare threaten Brother Chao, truly have no idea of death or danger. Said it long ago, this guy is completely undeserved reputation. Even if an 8th level Tao profound was strong, how strong could he be?" But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with these ridicules. He looked at Chao Yunji nonchalantly and suddenly said, "This young master already gave you a chance." Give Chao Yunji only had time to say a word and already lost sight of Yi Yuan's figure. Alarm bells suddenly sounded, except it was already too late. Arg! A miserable cry sounded out. Chao Yunji's wrist was severed off. Yi Yuan looked at Chao Yunji coldly and said, "You should be rejoicing that Ao Qian is fine. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a hand so simple." Chao Yunji was in pain until he sweated profusely, fresh blood spouting wildly from his wrist area. His wrist was chopped off by a divine artifact. Wanting to stop the bleeding was not that simple. "Also, you all want to challenge me, sure. But you need to be prepared to die." Yi Yuan's gaze swept over those geniuses. The group of originally incomparably noisy geniuses was utterly silent at this time. Just now, not a single one of them saw clearly how Yi Yuan attacked. Just a blink of an eye, and Chao Yunji's hand was gone. Such means were simply appalling to the ear. One had to know that Chao Yunji injured the peak void mystic Ao Qian to severe injuries with one palm just now. But Chao Yunji could not even withstand one move in front of Yi Yuan. Everyone glanced around, looking at each other, all uncertain what they should do. Only at this time did they know that for Yi Yuan to be able to enter the list of 10 great divine kings was not an undeserved reputation. Heaven surmounting divine king, indeed powerful. This art of greater teleportation probably only the void-distance divine king can compare in the divine realm. Right? Right then, a euphonious voice sounded out. In the void, a young figure walked out, slowly. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. Ho, I'm Duan Zhengxiao. Coming here this time, it is specially to seek guidance from heaven, surmounting divine king, the young man said smilingly with clasped hands. Chapter 1181, Displaying Strength. Chapter 1181, Displaying Strength. Violet Extreme Divine King. Everyone did not expect that the newly ascended Violet Extreme Divine King of the 10 Great Divine Kings actually came to challenge Yi Yuan too. This time, it was interesting. Please return, not interested. Yi Yuan forcefully threw down a sentence, turned around, and left. Duan Zhengxiao's expression darkened, immediately turning into an arc of violet light, howling towards Yi Yuan. Greater teleportation. But Duan Zhengxiao struck thin air. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "This young master isn't free to play this kind of competing game with you all. If you keep on pressing people, don't blame this young master sword for showing no mercy." Truthfully speaking, Yi Yuan was very annoyed with these guys. The calamity of the fiend race was about to erupt soon. These few guys actually even fought here and there for some empty reputation. No idea what was the point. Once the two great heavenly fiend DS recovered strength, even Zhuge Qingxian could only be a slightly larger ant too. The rest were completely not enough to look at. But Duan Zhengxiao smiled and said, "Why does Brother Yi have to be like this? This Duan is only finding you to have a spar. Why is there a need to push people 1,000 miles away? Or is it, apart from this art of greater teleportation, the rest is all undeserved reputation? Is the heaven-surmounting divine king just a fleeing divine king?" But the moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled. Such a third-rate goading technique. Your esteemed self is truly looking down on this Yi too much. Whatever heaven's surmounting divine king, that's just the heaven's secret tower's own wishful thinking. The thing that you, the Violet Extreme Divine King, regards highly isn't even a fart in this Ye's eyes. Talk is cheap. If you really don't care, why not come forward right away to deny it? Other people are fists. Plussing for fame and praise. Are you cracking yourself up to be a clear stream? What a joke. Duan Zhengxiao mocked. Yi Yuan discovered that he was completely unable to communicate with this guy. He had ulterior motives, viewing everybody as harboring evil intentions. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him anymore. He just said indifferently, "Whatever makes you happy. 3 days. I'll only give you all 3 days' time. If you're still clamoring here, kill without mercy. Ao Qian, let's go." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought Ao Qian back to the Dragon Clan. Duan Zhengxiao's expression flickered incessantly, but did not have the courage to chase after. Even though the Dragon Clan declined, people who slightly had a bit of experience were all aware that such a major clan had extremely deep foundations and could not be provoked. To really charge into the Dragon Clan, Duan Zhengxiao really did not have that gall. But toward Yi Yuan's threat, he did not take it to heart. He decided to wait for 3 days outside the Dragon Clan. He wanted to take a look if Yi Yuan really had some reliance, or he was putting up a bold front. The big talk was already let out. 3 days later, if Yi Yuan did not dare to come out, then he was outwardly strong and inwardly weak, completely nothing to fear. "My lord, this bunch of fellows are provoking like this. Could it be that we're letting it go just like this?" Ao Qian said rather indignantly. Reobtaining new life, Ao Qian discovered that the world was already completely different. The present 20,000 years later, the experts were really too many. One that randomly came out almost slapped him to death with one palm. Fortunately, His Excellency helped him to take revenge. But Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and said, if not for the fiend Calamity's eruption being near at hand, just based on him having killing intent towards you is already the death penalty. But right now, human powerhouses who are able to cultivate to such a boundary are too few already. It can be said that killing one means one less. Only hearing Yi Yuan said, so did Ao Qian know his painstaking thoughts. That bit of unhappiness from before also vanished into thin air. Ao Qian had experienced the calamity 50,000 years ago. Even though he did not join the battle at the front lines, the dreadfulness of the battle's situation was fresh in his mind. Only all the way until some years back, when Long Tongue spilled out the matters back then, did he know how treacherous that great battle 50,000 years ago was. Milord, Ao Qian was short-sighted and harbored resentment toward Milord. Milord, please punies. H. Plus, Ao Qian said as he blushed in shame. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's good that you can understand. This matter wasn't your fault. In a twinkle, 3 days already said, those genius powerhouses did not leave, but they did not dare to approach the Dragon Clan anymore either, all hiding far away. Yi Yuan already used his strength and thoroughly awed these people. It was just that they very much wanted to see just who was stronger or weaker between these two mighty newly ascended divine kings of the 10 great divine kings. Yi Yuan still hasn't come out until now. He wouldn't really be making an empty show of strength, right? An empty show of strength? Didn't you see when he cut off Chao Yunji's hand? That ruthlessness, such an existence, is already not what you and I can pry into. True, but this violet extreme divine king is an existence on the same level as Yi Yuan. Even if there's a gap, it wouldn't be that large either, right? And makes sense. If Yi Yuan is able to overwhelmingly defeat Duan Zhongxiao, that shows that the Heaven's Secret Tower's ranking shouldn't be off. But if Yi Yuan just barely triumph or is evenly matched with Duan Zhongxiao, then this ranking still has exaggerations. A group of people discussed softly. This showdown between two great divine kings really drew people's attention. These few days, quite a few people came to challenge Yi Yuan in succession too. But seeing such a lineup, how could each and every one of them still dare to be arrogant? Currently, outside the Dragon Clan, there was only Duan Zhongxiao's solitary figure. Looks like you still haven't given up. Yi Yuan's cold voice sounded out. Everyone's spirits were roused. The great battle was commencing. Duan Zhongxiao smiled slightly and said, have a match with me, and I'll give up. Yi Yuan gave him an indifferent glance and said, I'll only unleash one move. There's only life or death, no victory or defeat. A mocking expression appeared on Duan Zhongxiao's face, and he said, has this Duan ever been scared? Just go ahead and make your move. Yi Yuan shook his head helplessly and sighed as he said, you cultivated for many years before entering the ranks of the 10 great divine kings. Truly can't bear for you to die before your seat even warms up. But since you're seeking death wholeheartedly, then this young master will send you off. Toward Yi Yuan's words, Duan Zhongxiao naturally turned a deaf ear to it. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly changed. 2 terrifying surges of divine Tao laws suddenly enveloped the entire SPAC. Duan Zhongxiao's expression changed greatly. All of a sudden, a violet light shone, resplendently. Seeing that Yi Yuan had such an outrageous aura, how could Duan Zhongxiao still dare to conceal his abilities? A terrifying violet light instantly expanded out, like a divine king domain. This violet light looked dangerous to the extreme. It was not coincidental for him to be able to squeeze the single-cord divine king and iron spear divine king out. However, facing the violet extreme divine king's violet light, Yi Yuan directly chose to ignore it. his domain of sword, did not fear the violet light at all. Divine domain! Duan Zhengxiao cried out in shock. This time, he was really stunned, even fearful. He finally knew that Yi Yuan was not putting up a pompous but empty show of power with him, and even less joking around with him. Yi Yuan really had the ability to kill him. At this time, he very much wanted to repent towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan's Fury Sword Fire Lotus was already unleashed. Two mighty divine Tao laws intertwined together. They were virtually destructive energy. Duan Zhengxiao had a look of despair. He was unreconciled to it. He had just been chosen for the 10 great divine kings for a couple of days. Could it be that he was dying just like this? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression turned stern. The surrounding S, P, A, C became somewhat erratic and illusionary. Boom! A violent tremor occurred in the S, P, A, C, but Duan Zhengxiao was completely unscathed. Chapter 1182, Provoking the Grand Yen Divine King. Chapter 1182, Provoking the Grand Yen Divine King. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, already guessing who the arrival was in this divine realm, to be able to block his Fury Sword Fire Lotus with the power of array formations. Who else could there be apart from the Grand Yen Divine King? A figure walked out from the void. His hair and beard were slightly white, with his complexion being ruddy. It was precisely the Grand Yen Divine King, Lu Linfeng. Younger brother Ji, on account of my face, let him off the hook. How about it? Lu Linfeng said with a slight smile. Lu Linfeng was very confident that Yi Yuan would definitely give him this face. After all, his relations, H.I. plus P with Yi Yuan was still Pa S. Sable. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and suddenly said with a smile, "Can but use the formation's Path 9 scripts to exchange." Lu Linfeng's expression turned slightly stiff, clearly not expecting Yi Yuan to not show any due respect. The formation's Path 9 scripts was the fruit of his life's labor. How could he show it to people easily? "Younger brother, must you press people like this?" Lu Linfeng said with a sigh. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "I gave him the chance." He also said that he was prepared to die. I thought he was really prepared. Duan Zhengxiao's expression alternated between green and red, plus. H.I. plussing furiously by Yi Yuan's one sentence. Prior to this, he said so because he thought that Yi Yuan's strength could not make it. With his strength, even if he could not win, his life could still be preserved. It was just that, did not think that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so terrifying. If not for Lu Linfeng, Russ, H.I. plussing over in time, he would probably not even have dregs remaining right now. This matter, this Lu will be a peacemaker. Leave it at this. Lu Linfeng's words exuded prestige that left no room for doubt. The moment the number 3 divine king opened his mouth, the divine realm had to quake too. Matters that could let Lu Linfeng come forward were not many. His authority did not tolerate others' provocation. Except Lu Linfeng was merely an old acquaintance in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I say no?" One sentence, and it made everyone's faces change. Domineering. No wonder Yi Yuan was T.I. Tled as heaven's surmounting divine king. This domineeringness rides above the 9th heaven. The Grand Yen Divine King is a veteran 10 great divine king. Not taking action for many years, his strength right now is most likely even more unfathomable. The newly ascended heaven surmounting divine king actually dares to stroke his whiskers. Haha, really getting more and more interesting. This trip wasn't wasted. This match is too exciting. When those genius powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of them was like injected with stimulants. They never dreamed that things would have such a dramatic change. The awe-inspiring, newly ascending 10th Divine King, Violet Extreme Divine King, was actually almost instantly killed by the heaven-surmounting Divine King. However, the Violet Extreme Divine King's ranking was still slightly worse than the heaven-surmounting Divine King's in any case. But now, the heaven-surmounting Divine King actually provoked the Grand Yen Divine King. Actually, among the 10 great Divine Kings had an unwritten saying: the Divine King powerhouses ranked in the top 5, and from 6th to 10th had a chasm. But this saying was verified this time. Changes among the bottom 5 were so huge, but the top 5 people were as steady as Mount Tai. The strength of the Grand Yen Divine King, who was ranked 3rd, was too terrifying. Such a terrifying attack from Yi Yuan earlier was actually extinguished by him without much effort. Even so, Yi Yuan still dared to sweep away his face like this. If the heaven-surmounting Divine King and Grand Yen Divine King came to blows, it would shake the entire divine realm tomorrow. Reaching Lu Linfeng's level, the majority did not show joy or anger on their faces, but his slightly narrowed eyes still could let people detect a hint of sullen anger. Looks like the heaven-surmounting Divine King achieved success at a young age, and somewhat considers everyone beneath notice. Lu Linfeng said coolly, "Looks like the Grand Yen Divine King is taking advantage of his seniority and doesn't quite know how to conduct himself anymore." Yi Yuan Reb, Ted without the slightest politeness. Hiss, everyone sucked in a cold breath. This really squared up. A cold light flashed past in Lu Linfeng's eyes, his tone gradually turning cold, as he said, "Younger brother Ji, you and I are also considered to have been friends. Do you really want to reach the point of losing all decorum?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Lu Linfeng, this young master is really somewhat inflated right now and want to seek guidance from you." This time, Lu Linfeng was finally angered and opened his mouth to say, "As you Wisconsin H, plus the moment his voice faded, did not see Lu Linfeng take any action either." Yi Yuan and Lu Linfeng vanished before everyone's eyes at the same time. When Ao Qian and the rest saw this scene, their hearts involuntarily leaped up. Coming out for so many years, they already knew what kind of existences the 10 great divine kings were. They could not quite figure out why His Excellency was so brash, insisting on provoking the rank 3 Grand Yen Divine King. This opponent was not quite the same as in the past. Rather, it was Yu Mengli whose eyes swiveled around, with a hint of faint smile surfacing at the corners of her mouth. Clearly, she guessed Yi Yuan's intentions. "Miss Lear, what are you smiling about? Could it be that His Excellency really has confidence in beating the Grand Yen Divine King?" Ao Qian said in amazement. Lear smiled and said, "In terms of strength, big brother, Yuan shouldn't be the Grand Yen Divine King's match yet. But for the Grand Yen Divine King to want to defeat him, it's probably not easy as well." Ao Qian and the rest were stupefied when they heard that. All were not quite sure what it meant. Yi Yuan's vision blurred, and he fell into an array formation. Sensing the power of the array formation a little, Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Just 6-fold array formation? My Grand Yen Divine King, you're also looking down on people too much. Your formation's Tao strength, this Lu is all too clear. 6-fold array formation to deal with you is already plenty." Lu Linfeng's voice came from the void, but drifted from place to place, unable to determine his location at all. Lu Linfeng had once stayed at the Medicine King Hall for a considerable amount of time. In that period of time, Yi Yuan frequently exchanged what he learned with him as well. Therefore, Lu Linfeng was still very clear about Yi Yuan's level. Even though Yi Yuan's strength right now was very strong, Lu Linfeng judged that this 6-fold array formation was already enough to deal with Yi Yuan. "Is that so?" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, his figure suddenly disappearing. He started breaking the formation. It's no use. The formation's path 9 scripts, six-fold array formation superimposing. The power, it's impossible even for Song Chuyu to break it. You replaced him, even if your strength is stronger than him. N? Lu Linfeng was calm and certain that Yi Yuan could not break the array formation when his voice suddenly became incomparably surprised. How did you do it? Lu Linfeng was unbelievably astonished. His formation's Tao could be said to be on completely different planes with the divine realm's formation's Tao. Ding Zhanghua, who was hailed as the divine realm's number 2, at the very most only reached the level of his twofold array formations. If one's strength was powerful and broke the formation by force, fivefold was already the limit for Yi Yuan's level of strength. Sixfold. It was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to break it. But Yi Yuan did not break the formation by force. Yi Yuan was currently wrecking the formation base right now. The formation's path 9 scripts, each superimposing a layer of array formation. The power would rise more than several times. The difficulty of breaking it naturally went up several times too. Many array formations overlapping together. Even a formation's path master could not find where the formation base was at too. But Yi Yuan was actually making easy progress, like he was experienced. In a blink, he already broke a layer of array formation. Lu Linfeng's expression changed and was no longer able to be so calm like before. Looks like I really underestimated you. Since that's the case, don't blame this Lu for disregarding old sentiments. Chapter 1183, Fated Person. Chapter 1183, Fated Person. Everyone looked over. That area of S, P, A, C seemed to have nothing, completely transparent. But the undulations faintly leaking from inside made people incredibly alarmed. They knew that the Grand Yen Divine King and Heaven Surmounting Divine King were currently in the array formation, undergoing a fierce match of powers. All of a sudden, this surge of undulation intensified several times all at once. And what's happening here? The power of the array formations seems to be strengthening. It's said that the Grand Yen Divine King's formation's path 9 scripts is able to evolve 9 by 9, 81 peak tier 9 array formations. These 9 by 9, 81 array formations, all 9 types superimposing together, is one script of the 9 scripts. Dealing with average void mystic powerhouses, one script is sufficient. The undulations just now have probably already reached 6 scripts. Now, it wouldn't have already broken through to 7 scripts, right? Don't you all forget, Yi Yuan is a tier 9 array emperor powerhouse too. His formations path is very impressive. Looks like the Heaven Surmounting Divine King caused considerable problems for the Grand Yen Divine King. 7-fold array formation superimposing. Yi Yuan immediately felt the pressure multiply. Even though Yi Yuan's formation's Tao attainments were already extremely strong compared to the Grand Yen Divine King, who comprehended formation's Tao consistently over several thousands of years, he was still a grade inferior. However, Yi Yuan's advantage lay in that he was very clear about Lu Linfeng's series of tricks. The formation's path 9 scripts was originally the array formation's 3 volumes advanced version. Even though the power could not be mentioned in the same breath, then again, the array formation's 3 volumes was where the formation's path 9 script's foundation lay. Yi Yuan obtained the array formation's 3 volumes and had long grasped it thoroughly, deducing the 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation from there. Although he could not break the formation's path 9 scripts, Lu Linfeng himself similarly felt incomparably flabbergasted. He thought that the 6-fold formation's path 9 scripts was completely enough to deal with Yi Yuan, but He discovered to his dismay that his array formations were just like a hollow man in front of Yi Yuan, those concealed killing mechanisms. Yi Yuan was actually able to see through at a glance. Sevenfold, still not enough. Eightfold, still not enough. TSK. Not seeing for many years, this old fellow's formations Tao, have taken great strides in progress again. Yi Yuan said composedly. One sentence nearly angered Lu Linfeng until he spat blood. You brat, you are truly monstrous. What in the world did you experience over these 20 years? Not only has your martial Tao reached the acme of perfection, but even formations Tao also shows a great trend of catching up to this Lu as well. Forget it. Since even eightfold can't do anything to you, I'll let you have a taste of ninefold's prowess. When saying this, Lu Linfeng's inner heart was falling to pieces. For so many years, there was really no one who was able to force him to this extent, who knew that when he was just about to display the ninefold formation's path 9 scripts, Yi Yuan suddenly said, "No need, I can't withstand the 9th level. This matter ends here. That whatever Violet Extreme Divine King, you have him scram further away. Don't come and provoke this young master. Otherwise, there's no mercy under my sword." Even with Lu Linfeng's several thousand years of ACCU emulation, he broke down due to Yi Yuan's one sentence too. You say fight, and we fight. You say stop, and we stop. However, Lu Linfeng really stopped. He was very curious how on earth Yi Yuan accomplished it. He had long discovered that Yi Yuan's understanding of the formation's path 9 script Serpa set his imagination. It seemed to stem from the same line as him. He also discovered that Yi Yuan's formation's Tao standards actually still had a very great difference compared to him. But Yi Yuan's technique had the effects of overcoming a great force with little strength. The incomparably mysterious formation's path 9 scripts to everyone in the world seemed like a lady who stripped naked in front of Yi Yuan. It was without any secrets to speak of. Lu Linfeng's figure emerged, his expression slightly dark as he looked at Yi Yuan, and said, "You deliberately goaded me into taking action?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A mere Duan, Zhengxiao, do you think I'll place him in my sights?" Yi Yuan said these words rampantly, but he had the capital to be rampant. The high and mighty 10th Divine King in other people's eyes was merely a rookie who could be one-shot at any time in Yi Yuan's eyes. Where did you learn the formation's path 9 scripts from? Lu Linfeng said grimly, "I say, when I made you impart me the formation's path 9 scripts back then, you cherished your own old broomstick. You probably never would have dreamed that I would obtain the formation's path 9 scripts legacy, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Lu Linfeng's expression changed, and he said in shock, "So, you reincarnated in the endless world." With Yi Yuan saying so, how could he still not understand? The array formation's 3 volumes, he only left it in the endless world's grand yen true sect. Yi Yuan obtaining the inheritance, he definitely reincarnated in the endless world. The expression on Lu Linfeng's face was very fascinating. He never would have dreamed that in an accident arising from many causes, Yi Yuan actually reincarnated in his hometown and even obtained his formation's Tao inheritance. Seeing Lu Linfeng's expression, Yi Yuan was secretly pleased inwardly. This guy, back then he pestered and begged him incessantly. His profound and inscrutable appearance made Yi Yuan very displeased. When he obtained the array formation's 3 volumes back then, Yi Yuan fantasized about Lu Linfeng's expression today. Now, seeing that he indeed had an expression of having eaten a fly, Yi Yuan wished to roar with laughter. You left behind 3 volumes of stone books back then, awaiting a fated person. You probably never dreamed that this fated person was actually me, right? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Lu Linfeng was speechless. "Oh, right, also this." Yi Yuan held up his palm. The mini vast heaven steel appeared in his palm. Lu Linfeng's expression turned intent, and he said in amazement, "Vast heaven steel? You actually obtained the vast heaven steel. Then the vast heaven pag." Oh, duh. A light flashed on Yi Yuan's palm. The vast heaven steel flew into a small pag. Oh, duh. It was precisely the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. Right now, I'm the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh's owner. Yi Yuan said with a wide grin on his face. Lu Linfeng was again speechless. He seriously had nothing to say. This brat was here to repulse him on purpose. Back then, he only made it to the 7th level in the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. Yi Yuan actually directly pulled the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh, up by the roots. He left behind the array formation's 3 volumes, awaiting a fated person wanting to accept the person as his disciple. But this person was actually Yi Yuan. This was truly fate making a mockery of men. Only after a long time did Lu Linfeng let out a long sigh and said, "Is the Grand Yen true sect still all right?" In a twinkle, several thousand years went by. I even forgot that I had once left behind this inheritance. I didn't think that when Lu Linfeng ascended to the divine realm, it was actually MPY Road to, no matter how talented the person, being able to reach Lu Linfeng's kind of height, they were bound to have suffered considerable trials. When he truly rose up and became a notable figure of the divine realm, it was already 2,000 years later. At that time, the Grand Yen True Sect was already just an ant-like existence. He would not go and pay attention at all. But now, hearing Yi Yuan mention the Grand Yen True Sect, it involuntarily stirred up Lu Linfeng's memory. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "The Grand Yen True Sect had long perished 5,000 years ago." Lu Linfeng's entire body trembled, and he said, "What did you say?" Yi Yuan did not conceal it either, recounting the past of the fierce-scale world invading and the Grand Yen True Sect forsaking themselves for a righteous cause, filling Lu Linfeng with a vicissitude of emotions too. So that's how it is. It looks like I shouldn't have left behind Tao teachings back then in the endless world. Lu Linfeng sighed emotionally and gave Yi Yuan a very meaningful glance. Chapter 1184, Apologizing. Chapter 1184, Apologizing came out. They came out. How's the battle situation like? The array formation dissipated. 2 figures gradually emerged. When Yi Yuan appeared in front of everyone perfectly unscathed, everyone was stunned. Duan Zhengxiao's gaze turned intense, and he said in disbelief, how is this possible?" Other people could not feel it, but he knew that the Grand Yen Divine King already displayed the formation's Path 9 scripts to 8-fold. At that level, how could Yi Yuan possibly be unharmed? Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan actually has the strength to sail the top 5? This was too surreal, right? What kind of foolish thing did he do to actually come and challenge a freak like this? Duan Zhengxiao currently felt that he really got carried away from entering the 10 great divine kings to actually court death until he wanted to challenge the heaven-surmounting divine king. For the heaven's secret tower to dare publish this ranking and they naturally had their reasons. This 10th divine king, almost just kicked the bucket straight away. If not for the Grand Yen Divine King making it in time, he would most likely be the most tragic one in the history of the 10 great divine kings, right? Completely unharmed. This is impossible. I didn't see wrongly, right? The Grand Yen Divine King already unleashed 70% to 80% of his strength and was actually unable to do anything to the heaven-surmounting Divine King? My eyes must be failing. In this case, wouldn't the heaven's secret towers ranking really have issues? The heaven-surmounting Divine King should have entered the top 5. Those few geniuses were deeply astounded by this scene. They even thought that Yi Yuan was seeking death previously, who knew that he was actually completely unscathed. His opponent was the Grand Yen Divine King, whose name had spread all over the divine realm for thousands of years. Before being led by the heaven's secret tower, the Grand Yen Divine King's name already shook the divine realm, becoming the divine realm's formation path's #1 powerhouse. Now that several thousands of years had said, the Grand Yen Divine King's strength was even more unfathomable. Yi Yuan, this newly ascended 6th Divine King, actually came out from inside the Grand Yen Divine King's array formation without a scratch. Violet Extreme apologized to the heaven-surmounting Divine King. This matter will drop at this. Lu Linfeng's one sentence made everyone's heart twitch violently. Was this considered conceding? Those genius martial artists felt that their worldview had completely collapsed. The corner of the Violet Extreme Divine King's mouth twitched as well. But since the Grand Yen Divine King spoke up, he could not run from this. At once, he could only bow down towards Yi Yuan and said, "Heaven-surmounting Divine King, Duan Zhengxiao has offended you. Please forgive me." At this time, he already did not have any complaints towards Yi Yuan. All that remained was only admiration. He knew that he was nothing in front of Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, everyone had an unreal feeling. Turned out that the gap between the 10 great divine kings was actually so great, or was it Yi Yuan, this newly ascended 6th divine king, who was too freakish? It seemed like for Yi Yuan to be able to enter the 6th place domineeringly, it was indeed not by a fluke. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Forget it, I have no intention of vying for this empty reputation. That heaven's secret tower stirring this up was also not what I hoped for. Today's matter will be dropped at this. Your strength is decent, better focus on cultivating more. The fiend calamity is coming, conduct yourself well." Yi Yuan's words made Duan Zhengxiao's heart fearful. Lu Linfeng also interjected at this time and said, "Violet Extreme, don't have the heart of a vile character anymore. The heaven-surmounting Divine King and I are also considered old friends. His character, I'm still aware of it. This tea of 10 great divine kings is just a burden to him." Yi Yuan already got to know from Lu Linfeng that this Violet Extreme Divine King was his old friend's son who had some fortuitous encounters. That was how he reached his present cultivation realm. Duan Zhengxiao's face turned red, and he said, It was this Duan who was impetuous." Lu Linfeng looked toward Yi Yuan meaningfully and said, "Gee, brat, it was this Lu's eyes that saw wrongly. I didn't think that your martial Dao talent was actually so outstanding. The few of us old fellows have roamed the divine realm unobstructed for several thousand years and have never encountered adversaries. It looks like this time a match really appeared. But this Lu has to offer you a piece of advice too. In all things, act within your ability. Take care not to force yourself." Yi Yuan was naturally aware of what Lu Linfeng was referring to and said smilingly, "Can eggs remain unbroken if the nest is overturned? Old man Lu, this isn't my burden alone." Lu Linfeng let out a long sigh and immediately left. "A farce wound up here. Ha, my lord, you're truly too incredible. Even the 3rd place Grand Yen Divine King couldn't do anything to you." Jiang Taizong welcomed with a big laugh. Ao Qian also looked at Yi Yuan with a look of awe and said, "My lord is truly becoming more and more unfathomable." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a laugh, "My current strength is still far from that old man Lu. I reckon that he didn't even bring out half of his strength. Looks like the 10 great divine kings ranked in the top 5 Their strength truly cannot be estimated. Everyone's faces turned stiff, not expecting that it was such an outcome. Regarding Lu Linfeng's strength, Yi Yuan was rather surprised too. He had a feeling that Lu Linfeng's current strength likely already exceeded the formation's Path 9 scripts. As for what it was, Yi Yuan could not tell either. But it was certain that Lu Linfeng's current strength was likely not much worse off compared to the Spirit Bristle Divine King as well. The strength of the 10 Great Divine King's top 3 were likely already very close. These few years, everybody was improving, and Yi Yuan was just about to return to the Dragon Clan, but a figure followed behind them tremblingly. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said to that person, "If you're not leaving, could it be that you still plan on challenging me?" That person hurriedly waved his hand. Of course, he only had one hand. This person was precisely Chao Yunji. "Why, Your Excellency, this lowly one knows his mistake. I beg Your Excellency to take in this lowly one. This lowly one is willing to follow by Your Excellency's side and be a little follower." Chao Yunji hurriedly said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance rather surprisedly, and suddenly said with a smile, "Give me a reason to take you in." Chao Yunji drew a deep breath and said, "These few days, this lowly one has been observing Your Excellency constantly, and feel that you'll definitely be an earth-shaking mighty figure in the future, following by your side. Not only can this lowly one obtain many benefits, perhaps I can still leave behind my name for generations. In the future, I might not be unable to reach the boundary of the 10 Great Divine Kings." Chao Yunji's words made Yi Yuan stunned. Actually, Yi Yuan had long guessed his objective. It was just that he never thought that this guy would actually say it out so frankly. After saying finish, Chao Yunji looked toward Yi Yuan with a FLUS-tiered look. This was his true thoughts without concealing anything, because he knew that by giving an exaggerated tale, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to believe. Except he did not know whether or not Yi Yuan could accept this kind of material idea. Swuz. H. Plus a medicinal pill flew in front of Chao Yunji. He instinctively used his remaining hand to catch it. One look, his gaze involuntarily turned intent, and he was immediately wildly ecstatic in his heart. Transcendent grade, sublimating regeneration pill. Thank you, Your Excellency. Chao Yunji bowed furiously towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan bestowing the pill showed that he had already accepted him. Furthermore, with this transcendent grade, sublimating regeneration pill, his severed arm could completely recover to its former state. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Compared to hypocrites, I can still accept a genuine vile character. But under my leaders, I+P, if you were to have any devious thoughts, don't blame me for being ruthless. You have no second chance." Chapter 1185. Mystic Rank Token. Chapter 1185. Mystic Rank Token. The Violet Extreme Divine King went to challenge the Heaven-Surmounting Divine King and returned in great defeat. The Heaven-Surmounting Divine King and the Grand Yen Divine King matched powers, and both were completely unscathed. You're talking rubbish here, right? Ha! On that day, there were 100 void mystic experts present. How can it be rubbish? I heard that the Heaven-Surmounting Divine King nearly killed the Violet Extreme Divine King with one sword. If not for the Grand Yen Divine King making it in time, the 10 Great Divine Kings would likely have to change members again. Hiss. But how can an 8th level Dao profound martial artist's strength possibly be so powerful? Although hard to believe, such are the facts. To be able to be named as Heaven-Surmounting, Yi Yuan's strength definitely can't be judged with common sense. Did you forget the rise of the 10 Great Divine Kings' fame back then was accompanied by countless skeletons? This time, it's clearly much more lukewarm. if those 100 void mystic powerhouses were really soft in the head, this divine realm would most likely have 100 fewer void mystic powerhouses. The ranking of the 10 great divine kings being fresh out of the press attracted attention all over the world in the first place. With so many people present during the Dragon Clan's battle, this news naturally could not be held back and spread out very quickly. In the wake of shock, people realized an anomaly. The heaven-surmounting divine king's strength was truly incomparably terrifying. Although many people did not believe the rumors of cutting down the violet extreme divine king with one sword, whether or not Yi Yuan had the qualifications to enter the ranks of the 10 great divine kings, no one doubted it already. As for whether or not the ranking was accurate, that was really depending on one's personal opinion. Unless there was a ranking battle held among the 10 great divine kings, otherwise, body would know the accuracy of this ranking. And just as the Dragon Clan's battle sparked heated discussions, Yi Yuan already set off in secret, heading towards the Divine Realm's southern parts Nanjiao region. The Moonhowl sect was precisely a rank 6 holy land in the Nanjiao region. Yi Yuan walked into a medicinal shop in the Maple Moon Imperial City. The shopkeeper welcomed with a smile. "Sir, may I ask what spirit medicines are required? Although our store is small, there is a great variety of spirit medicines. I want a piece of blank paper, 2 maces of wandering flower, 3 tails of dark winter plum, 4 pounds of willow moon pearl. I wonder if your shop has it?" Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This was the secret code that the spirit bristled divine king told him, and this small medicine shop was precisely the place to get in contact. When that shopkeeper heard Yi Yuan's secret code, his expression involuntarily changed. But immediately, he revealed a look of doubt and contempt. "Not only does our small store has these, but there are also even 5 pounds of Zi Tongren, 6 tails of white heart lotus, 7 maces of Su Huanjin, only lacking 8 stalks of soul extinguis. Plussing needles. Sir, come in, please. Xiao Tong, closing for half a day today. Seal off the shop." Although his face showed disdain, he still responded with the secret code and invited Yi Yuan into the inner hall. The reason why the shopkeeper revealed a look of contempt was because he saw that Yi Yuan only had heaven enlightenment realm cultivation. So he was very perplexed what in the world upstairs sent this brat here for. Very clearly, Tung Yun did not tell the shopkeeper who he sent over this time. Therefore, when he saw Yi Yuan, he inevitably despised him. Coming to the inner hall, the shopkeeper cupped his fists and said, "This old man is Gu Yongtang. I wonder, how do I address this little brother?" Yi Yuan said lightly. The shopkeeper froze. Why was this name exactly the same as the newly ascended heaven surmounting divine king? But he did not think that this Yi Yuan was the other Yi Yuan. How could the 10 great divine kings possibly be a heaven enlightenment realm rookie? Little brother Yi, not that this Gu is looking down on you. It's just that your cultivation. What can you do coming to the Moonhowl sect? Gu Yongtang said with a frown. Yi Yuan smiled indifferently, but fished out a token. When Gu Yongtang saw the token, his expression could not help changing greatly. Mystic rank token. Subordinate Gu Yongtang pays respect to Mystic Lord. Your Excellency. Gu Yongtang hurriedly gave a bow. This token was given to him by Tung Yun, but he was not told what purpose it had. He just said that he could display it when he arrived at the place. Looking at it now, this token was still pretty useful to be able to make a peak void mystic powerhouses bow his head in submission. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan didn't even know what the name of the organization was until now. Tung Yun's mysterious appearance made Yi Yuan feel somewhat at a loss. Get up. A peak void mystic powerhouse concealing in this Maple Moon Imperial City is actually able to persevere until now and not die. It can only be said that you're too lucky. Yi Yuan said coolly. Gu Yongtang was stunned and said rather uncertainly, I wonder what mystic lord, your excellency's words mean. Yi Yuan smiled and said, although you suppressed your realm, people who are powerful can see through your ins and outs at a glance. It's also that this small shop of yours is too inconspicuous. That's why it would be overlooked by people. It's just that when you take action, it's a little too troublesome. Gu Yongtang could not help choking when he heard that. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. Because his cultivation realm was too high, many things could only be investigated secretly, but not looked into openly. It was indeed somewhat inconvenient to act. The fiend race's genuine powerhouses could see through his actual situation with a glance. Suppressing cultivation realm, this sort of thing, could only bluff rookies. This is an essence-sealing pill. Eat it. As long as you don't deliberately utilize essence energy, that SERPA, SES the realm, you won't be exposed. Even if the fiend race's peak void mystic powerhouses came, they can't see through your actual situation either. Yi Yuan casually threw out a medicinal pill and said, Gu Yongtang involuntarily received the medicinal pill, but his gaze looked towards Yi Yuan in incredible shock. He finally understood why this one in front of him was just a measly little heaven enlightenment realm, coupled with the mystic rank token and guessing. Gu Yongtang got an answer that made him immensely shocked. Could Mystic Lord, your excellency, be the newly ascended heaven surmounting divine king? Gu Yongtang asked probingly. Someone capable of refining the essence-sealing pill, this kind of high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pill, was named Yi Yuan, and even possessed a mystic rank token, apart from the heaven-surmounting divine king. Who else could there be? Yi Yuan did not deny it either, saying with a nod, Precisely so. Gu Yongtang hurriedly said, Subordinate was impolite. Heaven-surmounting divine king pray. Do not take offense. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, No worries. Talk about the intelligence that you found. Gu Yongtang nodded his head and started recounting the information that he found in this stronghold. This Maple Moon Kingdom was subordinate to the Moonhowl sect. The entire royal family had long been controlled by the fiend race. As for the Moonhowl sect, Gu Yongtang only intercepted and captured an intelligence personnel by chance. He discovered that the other party was of the fiend race, so he became suspicious about the Moonhowl sect. Any real definite evidence, Gu Yongtang did not grasp them at all. When Yi Yuan heard, he shook his head to no end as well. Messing around for a long time, it's equivalent to doing nothing. Yi Yuan smiled helplessly and said, Gu Yongtang's old face turned red, but he defended himself. Subordinate was afraid of alerting the enemy, so it was inconvenient to come forward on many occasions. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I really don't know what Tingyun was thinking. Investigating intelligence, this sort of thing, he actually sent a peak void mystic over. Furthermore, actually came in such a flagrant manner. Gu Yongtang shut his mouth and said nothing. Such words were not what he could interject. Yi Yuan asked again, Then pray tell, did the Moonhowl sect has any abnormal activities in this period of time recently? Gu Yongtang thought about it and said, There really was. Originally, the Moonhowl sect recruited a batch of disciples at Heaven Enlightenment Realm and below every 2 years. But in this recent 1 to 2 years, they have already shortened this cycle to 3 months. Chapter 1186. Incredible. Chapter 1186. Incredible. This one is Meng Guang. I wonder how to address this little brother. Yi Qing. Brother Yi is already 8th level Heaven Enlightenment at a young age. Your talent is truly unparalleled. Entering the Moonhowl sect this time, you'll definitely obtain the sect's heavy grooming. It's just that I obtained some lucky chances a few years back, which aren't worth mentioning. Rather, Brother Meng's foundation is quite solid. Your strength is likely far greater than your cultivation realm, right? Meng Guang could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise, secretly alarmed that Yi Yuan's eyesight was startling. His talent was outstanding, and he already comprehended an earth attribute supreme true intent. Unexpectedly, this young man whose cultivation realm was even a level lower than his actually saw through with one glance. This Yi Qing was naturally Yi Yuan, who sneaked into the Maple Moon Imperial City. Hearing about the Moonhowl sect's abnormal activities from Gu Yongtang there, Yi Yuan decided to enter deep into the tiger's lair to make a thorough inquiry. After all, eradicating the Moonhowl sect was not considered a big deal to him. But wanting to grasp the fiend race's intel, this was the top priority. Right now, Yi Yuan still knew too little about the fiend race's matters. At this time, these hundreds of people were currently on the way to the Moonhowl sect. Meng Guang saw that Yi Yuan had an amiable look, so he came up to get closer. But he did not expect that it was seen through by Yi Yuan with one glance. When Meng Guang heard this, he could not help saying with an said smile, "Elder brother, I was lucky by chance too? Ha! It's just a shame that my cultivation has likely reached the end as well, thanks to the Moonhowl sect wanting to start a war with the Crimson Feather sect. That's why they would relax the restrictions of recruiting disciples. Only then could I enter the sect at my age." Speaking of entering the Moonhowl sect, Meng Guang had a look of antic. 2. It was just that in Yi Yuan's view, with this departure, it was likely very difficult to come back anymore. The Moonhowl sect increasing enrollment of disciples definitely had other motives. But Yi Yuan could not say much right now as well. One more person knowing this, the success rate of his mission would drop substantially. After investigating the intelligence of the fiend race, clearly he would naturally eradicate the Moonhowl sect, and these people would be safe. Chatting with Meng Guang along the way, they entered the Moonhowl sect very quickly. The Moonhowl sect's disciples flowed perpetually in an endless stream, showing a scenery of prosperity. Looking from the outside, there was not the slightest hint of a miss. But the way Yi Yuan saw it, it was another scenery. His essence, energy, and spirit, the three paths, already gradually approached major accomplishment. The power of the sun, moon, heavenly pupil was also gradually able to be unleashed. The fiend energy concealed within the bodies could not hide from Yi Yuan's eyes at all. These Moonhowl sect disciples were all deeply entrenched in fiend energy and were already no longer normal people. The entire Moonhowl sect, only their batch of newcomers were humans. Yi Yuan observed carefully along the way, secretly memorizing each bearing of the sect in his heart. But no idea why, ever since entering the Moonhowl sect, Yi Yuan kept having a feeling of apprehension and jitters. The phaseless realm deacon responsible for recruiting new disciples brought everyone to a side peek, sweeping a glance over everyone. He said coldly, "This place will be your lodging from now on. Starting from now, you're the Moonhowl sect's disciples. Because now is a special time. The Moonhowl sect's cultivation methods and martial techniques will be opened up to all disciples at no charge. Starting from tomorrow, all of you must cultivate well and serve the sect. Understood? Cultivation methods and martial technique opened up for free. Ha! The sect is really great to us. Heard that the Moonhowl sect's Moonhowl Heavenly Chant Incantation is a Tier 9 cultivation method. If I'm able to cultivate this cultivation method, then I'd ascend to the heavens in one step." Looks like entering the Moonhowl sect was indeed a wise decision. The deacon's one sentence stirred everyone's emotions up. Seeing these people's agitated expressions, the corners of the deacon's mouth curled up. These fools' death is at hand, and they are still unaware. Do they really think that there's free lunch in the world? The deacon sneered coldly in his heart. He glanced around the crowd, but his gaze stopped on Yi Yuan's face. The others all had excited looks. Only Yi Yuan alone had a wooden expression. His behavior was truly too conspicuous in a group of people. Actually, Yi Yuan really wanted to act a bit more realistically, but having him dance for joy with these guys, he seriously could not do it. He currently had a whole bunch of divine Tao cultivation methods that he did not have time to cultivate. How could he take fancy on a puny little Tier 9 cultivation method? In other words, acting required talent too. What? You seem to hold the sex cultivation methods in contempt very much? The deacon looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan did not expect that this guy suddenly came to find trouble with him. Although he did not know how to act, putting up an act still had to be done. At once, he bowed down slightly and said, "What's Lord Deacon saying here? Disciple is just not too good at expressing my excitement." Actually, Yi Yuan really felt that he said it very sincerely, but his expression was so offending in the deacon's eyes. "Ha! I think that you just looked down on it. Since that's the case, this seat will demonstrate to everybody. As for you, experience the power of the Moonhowl heavenly chant incantation well. Rest assured, this seat will suppress the palm force to the heaven enlightenment realm." The deacon said with a smile that was not a smile. Hearing these words, Meng Guang's expression changed, and he hurriedly gave a bow and said, "Lord Deacon, brother Yi really had no intention of offending you. He has this indifferent temperament to begin with. I chatted with him a lot along the way. He mostly had this expression." Meng Guang had good intentions, but coming forward at this time made the deacon even more displeased. He was devilified and filled with a foul and evil foreboding air to begin with. One or two jumping out, he felt that he had a need to demonstrate his authority. "The two of you, just the first day of joining the sect, could it be that you want to rebel? The words that this seat said, could it be that you want to make this seat take them back? Or do you guys want to be expelled on the first day?" said the deacon as he put on a cold face. Meng Guang saw Yi Yuan's frail body, gritted his teeth, and said, "If your excellency really wants to demonstrate the cultivation method, Meng Guang is willing to accept this palm on his behalf." Yi Yuan could not help feeling slightly surprised. He and Yi Yuan had never met before and just exchanged a few more words on the road. Yi Yuan did not expect that Meng Guang was actually so protective of him. However, he did not put this deacon in his sights. "Lord Deacon, this disciple is willing to let you demonstrate the Moonhowl heavenly chant incantation. It's just your strength is powerful. You need to go easier when attacking," Yi Yuan said. When the deacon saw the situation, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, and he said, "You can rest assured, it's just demonstrating the cultivation method a little." He would not kill Yi Yuan because these people were all asked for by upstairs, but he planned on making Yi Yuan lie in bed for a month. Meng Guang could not help panicking the moment he saw it, but Yi Yuan gave him a comforting look. Martial artists were mostly cold and detached. Those like Meng Guang were in the minority. When the others saw that the deacon wanted to display the power of a Tier 9 cultivation method, each and every one of them was the same as being injected with stimulants. Hua! The deacon revolved the cultivation method and smacked a palm out. "Poor work." Yi Yuan forcefully pressured himself to spew out a mouthful of blood, his body directly flying out. But the deacon himself was also sent flying out. Furthermore, he flew even further than Yi Yuan. Everyone had dumbfounded looks. "What the H-E-L? I was this." Yi Yuan struggled to his feet, wiped away the fresh blood from the corners of his mouth, and said with a heartfelt sigh, Lord Deacon's palm art is incredible. Our Moonhowl sex cultivation method is truly amazing. Chapter 1187, Strange Fragrance. Chapter 1187, Strange Fragrance. Yi Qing, are you all right? Meng Guang could not help asking very concernedly when he saw Yi Yuan's pale face. As for Lord Deacon, that was a phaseless realm powerhouse. He should be fine, right? The others had blank looks too. They did not know if they should be astonished by the Moonhowl heavenly chant incantation's power, or be shocked by Lord Deacon being sent flying. Yi Yuan clutched his chest and said, "Of course not. Lord Deacon's one palm. How can I possibly be fine?" He had got to be joking. His late-stage Tier 9 physical body, even if not employing any essence energy, it was also not what a measly little phaseless realm could break. Furthermore, toward a fiend, Yi Yuan would not show leniency. Just a moment ago, Yi Yuan utilized late-stage, spirit, rank dragon wave in the backlash force. A bout of hidden force already quietly slipped into the deacon's internal organs. Within 7 days, this surge of vibration force would activate, blasting the deacon into a pile of minced meat. The deacon scrambled to his feet. The gaze that he turned toward Yi Yuan simmered with anger. "Brat, this seat showed mercy. You actually dared to ambush me?" The deacon said furiously. He wanted to use Yi Yuan to establish his authority. Who knew that he stumbled, his face almost completely lost, even though these people were dead people sooner or later. But where would his face be shelved? Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Lord Deacon, where did this come from? This disciple was injured by you." The deacon froze, only now seeing the bloodstains on Yi Yuan's chest. Clearly, he was already injured. This way, he really could not continue to make things difficult. He glared at him in anger and said furiously, "I'll be more obedient for this seat. This seat is warning you some important places in the sect are all layered heavily with restrictions. If you guys dare anyhow run once you MP into the restrictions, not even residue will be left." Done talking, the deacon flicked his sleeves and walked away. Everyone exchanged glances, all feeling baffled, and could only disperse on a sour note. Each person returned to their residence. Meng Guang was concerned about Yi Yuan and dropped by to visit him. "Yi Qing, your injuries are healed so quickly?" When Meng Guang saw Yi Yuan, he had a look of surprise. The current Yi Yuan had a ruddy complexion with a sheen. How was there any hint of getting injured? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I have medicinal pills on me. A bit of minor injury is no problem." Meng Guang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said solemnly, "Yi Qing, elder brother more or less still has some experience. If the deacon's palm landed on me, even though it's not to the extent of claiming my life, I'd probably have to lie on the bed for 10 days to half a month. Your background is probably not simple, right?" Meng Guang's age was not young anymore, and he had struggled at the bottom for a long time. He still had some judgment. It was precisely so that he took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Yi Yuan, building a good relations. I+P with disciples with potential in advance, the road in the sect would also be a little smoother in the future. But looking at it now, this Yi Qing was likely not just talented so simple. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Meng, originally, I wasn't planning on telling you, but you're so righteous. There's no harm in this giving you a few words of warning. This Moonhowl sect is a tiger's lair and dragon's den to you. These few days, Brother Meng has to act carefully. Understood?" Meng Guang was startled inwardly, but did not quite understand why Yi Yuan would say so. But his thoughts were meticulous and grasped the meaning in Yi Yuan's words very quickly. Frowning, he asked, "It's a tiger's lair and dragon's den to me, then it isn't to you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, It's good that Brother Meng understands. But this matter, I hope that Brother Meng helps me to keep the secret. Otherwise, this show wouldn't be able to carry on. You can rest assured within 7 days, everything will naturally be revealed. 7 days later was the date of action that Yi Yuan and Tung Yun agreed upon, because he wanted to investigate this Moonhowl sex secrets, so he came over ahead of schedule. But Titanic storm surged in Meng Guang's heart when he heard Yi Yuan's words. His pugilistic world experiences were extensive. He was able to tell that Yi Yuan only revealed these thoughts to him because of his previous actions. Meng Guang took a deep breath and said, "You can rest, assured. This Meng still has this bit of moral standing." Yi Yuan's expression became solemn, and he said with a nod, "You just take it as if you don't know anything. Take care not to act rashly without careful consideration. Otherwise, not even I can save you." Meng Guang's heart went cold, and he nodded his head solemnly. Nighttime. Yi Yuan was currently comprehending the black tortoise treasure body divine art when suddenly a waft of strange fragrance poured into his nostrils. This waft of fragrance was exceedingly demonic and actually made people have a groggy feeling. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he instinctively became alert. What powerful fiendish energy! Could it be that there's someone practicing fiend arts? Yi Yuan thought to himself. Yi Yuan did not dare to alert the enemy, so he dispersed his perception. Before long, Yi Yuan discovered that there were a few houses nearby that had activities. After that, several figures slowly walked past his window, melding into the depths of twilight. Yi Yuan struggled for a while in his heart, but finally still gave up. He knew that these few people would probably have little chance of returning. Not that he was cold-blooded, but him saving these people would definitely alert the enemy. Compared to finding the fiend race's base camp, these few people appeared insignificant. He was not a goody two-shoes. Things that had lost the main goal because of small gains, he would not do it. Moreover, these people were totally unsympathetic. On that day, that deacon wanted to make him the target of attack. These people actually even waved their flags and cheered on by the side with excited looks. This kind of people, even if you save them, they might not be grateful to you either. Looks like this delicate fragrance should have something to do with the Moonhowl sect's frequently recruitment of disciples. Tonight, a total of 4 people were lured away. This batch found a total of 100-odd people. 3 months' time is just about right. Most likely that whatever Holy Sovereign needs to cultivate his skill with the help of living people. Right? Yi Yuan guessed so. Sure enough, as Yi Yuan expected, after these people left, they never came back. Early the next morning, Meng Guang came to Yi Yuan's room, secretly. After he entered, he poked his head out and looked around for a bit before shutting the door at ease. "Yi Qing, did you notice that something seemed to be off last night?" Meng Guang said. Yi Yuan looked at Meng Guang rather surprisedly and retorted with a question, "Was something wrong?" Meng Guang's expression changed, and he lowered his voice and said, "Last night, no idea where a waft of fragrance came from. At that time, I became alert. However, that fragrance was too powerful. I only held on for a short while and became unconscious. This morning when I woke up, I specially checked on the side peak. Sure enough, several houses became quiet. The people who came in together with us are gone." Talking up to here, Meng Guang had a look of lingering fear in his heart. Actually, yesterday, he was still half dubious towards Yi Yuan's words. But now, he was jumpy with fear and only wanted to escape this fire pit as fast as possible. Just as Yi Yuan said, this place was simply a tiger's lair and dragon's den. One wouldn't even know how they died. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Looks like Brother Meng's means are not ordinary either. That fragrance is not what ordinary people can resist. Not only did you detect it, but you were also actually able to resist for a while. Chapter 1188, Sneaking into Luoyan Hall. Chapter 1188, Sneaking into Luoyan Hall. Meng Guang's expression was very ugly. He really became scared. I say, younger brother Yi Qing, don't make a fool out of your elder brother. I know that my bit of capabilities, you completely turn your nose up at it. Younger brother, you can't leave me in the lurch. Meng Guang originally thought that entering the Moonhowl sect could benefit from some of the sect's glory. He did not expect that it was delivering a lamb into the tiger's maws. How could he not be anxious? Except he knew that with his strength, there was absolutely no way he could escape. Yi Yuan was his savior right now. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Hold your horses, Brother Meng. I have a mind clarity pill here. Grind it to powder. After consuming 20%, you can naturally resist that fragrance. These few days, try your best not to go out. I still have some things to do. After this matter is over, I'll naturally bring you away." Meng Guang received the medicinal pill and looked. It was actually a transcendent grade tier 9 medicinal pill. He drew a deep breath. His gaze when looking towards Yi Yuan was filled with complexity. To be able to casually take out this grade of medicinal pill, this Yi Qing was definitely not an ordinary person. The medicinal effects of a transcendent grade, tier 9 medicinal pill were too strong. With Meng Guang's strength, he could not withstand it at all. Hence, it could only be ground into powder and consumed a little bit. But this little bit was already sufficient. Meng Guang gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you very much, Brother Yi Qing. If I'm able to escape this fiend den, this Meng will definitely work like a horse to repay brother." Sending away Meng Guang, Yi Yuan tidied up a bit and headed straight out. Yi Yuan was going to select cultivation methods. Over there, he saw quite a few martial artists who came together. When these people saw those tier 9 cultivation methods, each and every one of them was incomparably excited. Little did they imagine that there were already a few companions around them who disappeared. This batch of disciples were mostly itinerant cultivators. They did not know each other at all. They acted alone. Even if there were people missing, they would only think that they were practicing in close seclusion. Yi Yuan naturally did not really go and choose cultivation methods. He was deliberately delivering himself to the doorstep to let that deacon find trouble. As soon as he entered the skills hall, Yi Yuan knew that he was targeted by someone. Furthermore, this person's strength was very powerful. Yi Yuan was virtually certain that this person was most probably that so-called Holy Sovereign powerhouse. In a secret place, the deacon stood behind the Holy Sovereign obediently. This young man is merely an ordinary 8th level heaven enlightenment and didn't conceal his strength. Furthermore, didn't he also come to choose cultivation methods and martial techniques today? It seems like he should just have an indifferent personality and don't have any special aspects, the Holy Sovereign said softly. "Yes, Master. It was this slave who worries too much," the deacon said with humble reverence. This batch of disciples are pretty good quality. That Lord is very satisfied. Later, there will be great rewards," said the Holy Sovereign. The deacon was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Master. This is all what this slave should do. There's at most 1 year still, and Lord Kanual will be coming into being. At that time, our fiend race's strongholds in the divine realm must all be fully activated. Our place here will be the important stronghold for connecting to various lands. Hence, we mustn't make any mistakes. In this 1 year, buck yourself up 120%. Not a single bit of mistake is allowed, especially the Devil's Sound Transmission Array." Understood? The Holy Sovereign said. The deacon hurriedly said, "This slave remembers." Although Yi Yuan knew that someone was spying on him, he was unable to hear what they were talking about. If he heard the Holy Sovereign talk about that lord, he probably would not be so composed. In this stronghold, there was actually an existence even stronger than a holy sovereign. Relaxing vigilance towards Yi Yuan's actions over the next few days became much smoother. Through several days of investigation, Yi Yuan could basically confirm that the main peak's Luoyan Hall was most likely where the hub of the transmission array was located. Yi Yuan possessed the sun-moon heavenly pupil and was simply a natural scout. He did not need to sneak around furtively like others and keep a sharp lookout. He just strolled around the vicinity of the main peak very casually. Everything was laid bare in his eyes. After all, he was a newcomer disciple. Familiarizing with the environment around the main peak was very justifiable. As for some more secretive places, with Yi Yuan's methods, those fiends were clearly unable to discover him. That Luoyan Hall was a very summing palace, but the defense was very strict. Those guards did not look very strong on the surface. But when Yi Yuan used the sun-moon heavenly pupil to observe from far away, the Luoyan Hall's guards were most likely divine king-rank fiends. Genuine fiends, and not devilified fiend slaves. Such strict defenses were bound to guard some extremely important things. Then what thing was the most important in this Moonhowl sect? Of course, it was the information transmission array. These few days, the new disciples lost some more people one after another. Meng Guang secretly broke into a sweat with fright, secretly heaving a sigh of relief at getting lucky. Consuming Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, that waft of fragrance was indeed unable to affect him anymore. If not for Yi Yuan, perhaps he would be among those people who disappeared. On the 6th night, Meng Guang finally saw Yi Yuan come over. "My goodness! Younger brother Yi Qing, you finally came. These few days, I was akin to sitting on pins and needles. If you still didn't come, I'd probably go crazy." Meng Guang complained. Death was not scary. The process of waiting for death was what's scary. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll bring you to take a look at this Moonhowl sect's true face." Meng Guang's expression turned stern, and he followed Yi Yuan away. Yi Yuan had long observed it before. There were 10 visible tips and 3 hidden tips around Luoyan Hall. Only when he resolved all of these at the same time could he enter Luoyan Hall without a sound. "Younger brother Yi Qing, what exactly are you trying to do?" Meng Guang said with divine sense transmission. Yi Yuan had him eat a breath-concealing pill. The 2 people hiding in the dark, those fiends could not discover it either. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, his figure suddenly disappearing from where he was. In the dark night, 13 arcs of cold light flashed by. Those 13 guards all died under Yi Yuan's sword. Meng Guang's eyes widened into circles, looking at this scene in disbelief. Only at this time did he know just how terrifying the strength of this brother Yi Qing, who had always called him brother, was. How was this some heaven enlightenment realm martial artist? This was clearly a divine king realm powerhouse, instantly killing 13 phaseless realm guards in one breath, and did not even give off any hint of happenings. This strength, probably only divine king realm powerhouses could achieve it, right? Of course, this was what Meng Guang had in mind. But in reality, those 13 guards were divine king rank experts in itself. Yi Yuan's strength, he was completely unable to gauge it. "Brother Yi, Your Excellency, you're actually a divine king powerhouse." Coming before Yi Yuan, Meng Guang was stammering even when talking. Divine kings were remote existences to him, an existence that he was unable to attain for all his life. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Considered so. Come on, go in." Yi Yuan brought Meng Guang and Pa S, said through all sorts of restrictions very casually, and entered inside Luoyan Hall. In between this, killing was naturally inevitable. It was just that with Yi Yuan's means, and body was able to react at all, and were instantly killed. Even that holy sovereign, Yi Yuan, had the confidence to one-shot two, let alone these guards. Entering the great hall, Yi Yuan was stricken dumb with amazement by the scene before his eyes. Chapter 1189. Enemies meet on a narrow path. Chapter 1189. Enemies meet on a narrow path. The interior of this great hall had its own SPAC loaded with a whole bunch of array formations, giving people a sense of dizziness. What place is this? How could there be such a complicated transmission array? Meng Guang said in shock. The Moonhowl sect is the fiend race's underground stronghold, in charge of collecting intelligence and transmitting information. The transmission array here was likely already reached the grade of 10,000. It looks like our luck is pretty good. This place should be a rather important stronghold for the fiend race. Seeing this colossal and complex transmission array, Yi Yuan also felt very lucky. With his strength, finding some useful information from inside these transmission arrays naturally could be done. Fiend race. Meng Guang was frightened by this term. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "The fiend race has long penetrated to every corner of the divine realm already. In less than 3 years, the fiend calamity will definitely erupt." Meng Guang opened his eyes wide. He was thunderstruck by the news Yi Yuan brought until he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. While he was still in astonishment, Yi Yuan's figure already moved and started extracting the information inside the transmission array. These transmission arrays were intertwined and already gave birth to D knows how many. If it were others, they would not even know where to begin. But to Yi Yuan, this was not something hard. No matter how complicated this array formation was, it was all controlled by a central grand array. What Yi Yuan wanted to do was to grasp this hub. As long as he grasped the grand array's hub, he would be able to extract the information inside the entire grand array as he pleased. However, such a convoluted grand array, even if it was Yi Yuan, it could not be controlled in a short while. Meng Guang finally came back to his senses from the shock. He discovered that he was actually attempting to control the grand array. He's actually even a Tier 9 formations emperor. Meng Guang felt like his own brain was somewhat inadequate to use. Although he did not know array formations, he could still tell what Yi Yuan was doing. In his view, this grand array was as vast as the stars in the sky. But under Yi Yuan's hands, seemed like it was not that complicated. Arg! Following a liberating roar, that man on the bed immediately became a dry corpse, toppling over. An extremely charming, beautiful madam slowly sat up, the corners of her mouth showing an alluring smile. "Joy-killing little thief, you interrupted Grandaunt's mood. Forget it, let you go take care of it. Such a nice taste mustn't be wasted." The beautiful madam casually struck out a streak of black energy, which disappeared. After that, she extended a slender finger and beckoned towards another man. That man's desire was stirred up all at once and pounced towards the beautiful madam like an animal. Just like that. This lowly one likes that you're so rough. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan's rate of progress also became faster and faster. Meng Guang by the side was dumbstruck by Yi Yuan's formations path attainments. Who in the world is Brother Yi Qing? These methods are also too heaven-defying. Such a grand array, even Tier 9 formation emperors probably can't control it so easily either, right? Meng Guang exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan was currently completely absorbed in controlling the array formation, looking as if he was about to wrap up on a successful note. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, figure instantly vanish. Plussing where he was. Boom. The place that Meng Guang was originally standing at already had a huge crater blasted out at this time. Yi Yuan dragged Meng Guang, appearing in another corner. Meng Guang had yet to understand what was happening, but when he saw that large crater, he knew that he already toured one round and back from the gates of Beside the large pit stood a middle-aged man in opulent clothing, looking exceedingly dignified. When did this person approach him? It was me who saw wrongly. Turns out you really have problems, said the middle-aged man in fine clothing with a look of mild fury. This person was precisely that deacon's master, and also the Diyu from that beautiful madam's mouth. This Diyu, Yi Yuan did not take him to heart at all, and coolly, "You're the holy sovereign in charge of this base." Diyu's brows furrowed, as he said, "A measly 8th level Tao profound actually dares to speak this way to this seat. Reckless thing, who doesn't know death? Who's reckless and doesn't know death, you'll know right away." Yi Yuan's nonchalant words sounded out. Greater teleportation was instantly displayed. Diyu's expression changed drastically, and fiendish energy suddenly surged. Boom! An intense collision occurred. Diyu's body immediately shot out, SMAs. Plussing brutally into the wall. Regarding this outcome, Yi Yuan was rather surprised as well, and said, "Looks like your strength is still considered pretty good among holy sovereigns to actually be able to block my sword." Bang! Diyu immediately rushed out from the debris and looked at Yi Yuan with a look of solemnness. "Evil extermination sword formula. You're Yi Yuan." Diyu was covered in blood all over as he said, savagely. Clearly, he already guessed Yi Yuan's ident. And was very apprehensive, but the expression of Meng Guang by the side changed greatly, and he muttered, "Yi Yuan, heaven-surmounting divine king. Brother Yi Qing is actually the heaven-surmounting divine king." Meng Guang was incomparably shocked in his heart. The heaven-surmounting divine king's fame recently was too resounding. The entire divine realm, virtually body did not know, taking on the grand Yen divine king and not falling into a disadvantage, nearly exterminated the violet extreme divine king with one sword. This battle achievement made the heaven-surmounting divine king's name spread. I actually addressed the heaven-surmounting divine king as my brother? Meng Guang instantly felt somewhat teared. The 10 great divine kings. This level of existence was simply akin to ODS to him, becoming aware of Yi Yuan's ident. Meng Guang had an unreal feeling. Regarding Yu being able to guess his ident, Yi Yuan was not surprised. After all, he controlled the fiend race's information source, and he already revealed his strength. There was no way he could not guess. Since you know this young master, then you can go on your way with ease of mind. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of being long-winded with him. Brandis. Plussing his sword, he attacked once more. Rumble. Inside the great hall was filled with rumbling sounds everywhere. Yi Yuan's sword light formed an all-round suppression against Diyu. However, this Diyu was very formidable as well. Yi Yuan felt like his strength was likely even stronger than Ji Kanglin's. To be able to be responsible for such an important base, this Diyu was bound to be an extremely powerful existence in the fiend race. Even if he did not reach the level of a holy emperor, it was probably not too far away either. Fury Sword Fire Lotus. Not taking him down after a long battle, Yi Yuan finally brought out his killing move. A terrifying power crushed over towards Diyu akin to a bulldozer. Boom. terrifying energy undulations practically toppled the entire building structure. However, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Because this sword did not hit you, a black flower suddenly bloomed in the air, appearing incomparably sublime. The black flower gradually transformed into a figure, a coquettish, until it made people's blood flow speed up, beautiful woman appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, his gaze filled with solemnness when looking at the beautiful woman. Tee-hee-hee. So it's you, boy. Truly, enemies meet on a narrow path. Elder sister was just having a good time earlier, but had my spirits dampened by you, this boy. Since that's the case, stay behind and accompany elder sister then. Elder sister will definitely wait upon you comfortably, said the beautiful woman with a seductive smile. Chapter 1190. Fierce Fighting with You, Ji. Chapter 1190. Fierce fighting with you. Ji Meng Guang suddenly felt a little wet below his nostrils. Reaching his hand out and wiping, his nose was actually bleeding. That beautiful woman carried exceeding seductiveness with every movement and action. How could his bit of cultivation base be able to withstand it? Humph! Yi Yuan snorted coldly. Meng Guang involuntarily shuddered. Only then did he abruptly startle awake, and no longer dared to look towards the beautiful woman. Meng Guang was secretly alarmed and thought to himself inwardly that this woman was so powerful. She was clearly not casting bewitching arts at me, and I actually fell for it bafflingly. Looking at Yi Yuan again, he had a calm and composed appearance and did not have any hints of being charmed at all. Indeed, well deserving of being the heavens surmounting divine king. Just this willpower was not what the average person could compare to. Your charms and all, this young master can't afford to enjoy it. This young master's taste is not that heavy yet to want to find a flower to slake my fire. Yi Yuan scoffed and said, this beautiful woman before his eyes was naturally the holy mother devil flower that escaped from the immemorial medicine garden back then. Yi Yuan never dreamed that he actually ran into this kind of fiendish creature at this stronghold. Originally viewed by him to be a simple mission, looking at it now, it was not simple at all. Being poked fun at by Yi Yuan, the holy mother devil flower was not annoyed in the slightest. However, beaming like a flower, she said, "Dearie me, elder sister has a name, called you G. Sup 1/Sup, not some evil flower. The last time you put elder sister in an awful state. This time, I can't let you escape." Hearing these words, the Meng Guang, who was not privy to the situation, suddenly froze, looking toward Yi Yuan with an astonished look. These words were seriously too ambiguous, truly worthy of being the heaven-surmounting divine king, strong. Yeah, a pity that I didn't mess you to death. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much trouble anymore, either, Yi Yuan said with a look of regret. Teehee, you brat, you are really interesting. Even the absolute heaven, at his prime back, then couldn't kill this elder sister. Just a lousy sword, could it really kill elder sister? Yu Ji shook with laughter, with incomparable charm. Yi Yuan's face turned slightly dark, and said, "Looks like the Moonhowl sect recruiting new disciples should be because of you, right?" "Yes, but elder sister saw through it. They are far worse compared to you. How about it, as long as you nod your head, elder sister will be yours." "Looks like you recovered pretty well. Since I ran into you, then I'll let you lie down for another few more years." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold. The evil extermination suddenly attacked, the sword already chopping in front of Yu Ji's face. Clank! Yi Yuan's sword was actually caught by Yu Ji with one hand. Teehee, young brother, you so don't know how to cherish beauties. Elder sister, head over heels in love with you. How can you treat elder sister like this? But Yi Yuan's expression changed. The evil extermination sword was like it was clamped by an iron band, and actually could not be pulled out. This was still his first time encountering such situation. Looks like this Yuji's strength already recovered considerably. Too terrifying. Ho, little brother, you seem to be rather surprised. Hee hee, that day was merely so because my vitality was greatly damaged, so I was just playing with you all. Elder sister's true strength is what even absolute heaven, that old Taoist, is fairly wary of. Yuji smiled brilliantly, but devil vines suddenly grew out of her hands, intertwining over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. The evil extermination sword suddenly became burning hot. Chi, a terrifying flame, actually countered, burning toward Yuji's main body. The cleansing sandal sacred flame could burn myriad things under the heaven. Fiery knowing how to cultivate, even deities and immortals found it hard to block too. Ever since Fiery cultivated the spirit bristle, 9 young divine art, his strength already became unfathomable. The cleansing sandal's sacred flame's current power was exceedingly terrifying. An alarmed expression finally appeared in Yuji's eyes. She involuntarily let go of the evil extermination sword. A cloud of fiendish energy gushed out, pouncing together with the cleansing sandal's sacred flame. After a bout of quivering, it finally extinguished the cleansing sandal's sacred flame. Little brother is truly surprising. Just how long have we not met? Your strength actually already reached such a level. In elder sister's view, your talent is likely even more monstrous than absolute heaven back then. The seductive look on Yuji's face subsided a little, finally becoming a little serious. The speed Yi Yuan's strength improved made her very surprised. It was merely 2 years since the immemorial Medicine Gardens battle. Yuji remembered clearly that Yi Yuan was still a little rookie at that time. His strength right now was more than 100 times stronger than at that time. After sighing with admiration, Yuji heaved a sigh again and said with devilish flirtatiousness, "What a shame, little brother. You were born at the wrong time. Heavenly Tao is defective. If you're unable to step into deity realm, you'll never be elder sister's match. So much C.R.A.P. Whether I can beat you or not, we'll only know after fighting." Yi Yuan wielded his sword and stepped forward, class H.I. plussing together with Yuji. Yuji was well deserving of being the fiend race's holy mother. Her strength was truly unfathomable. Ever since Yi Yuan comprehended the domain of sword, he practically prevailed in every endeavor. But in front of Yuji, he could not gain the slightest advantage. Furthermore, Yuji still had an easygoing look, as if she did not use all of her strength at all. Yi Yuan knew that Yuji did not recover to her peak state. Otherwise, the fiend race would probably have long been unable to hold back anymore. But even so, Yuji's strength also took people's breath away in astonishment. What alarmed Yi Yuan even more was that something as sharp as the evil extermination sword, Yuji actually dared to forcefully receive it with her bare hands. Just how powerful was this woman's body? Hee, little brother, you're still not bringing out your full strength? What's the point in carrying on to fight like this? Even though you comprehended the domain of sword, without the augmentation of cultivation realm, you're still incredibly weak. Since you can't bear to bring out your true capability, then elder sister will be taking action. Yuji clearly had a lot of strength to spare. At this time, she suddenly surged with fiendish energy. Her 10 fingers suddenly grew long. Sharp spikes suddenly sailed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, his figures suddenly vanish. H.I. plussing greater teleportation. However, Yuji seemed to have seen through Yi Yuan's actions. Her figure moved, immediately arriving in midair. Spike grew again. Puchi, sounds of sharp spikes entering the flesh transmitted over. After that, drops of fresh blood flowed out from within the void. Yi Yuan's figure emerged. There were actually 2 spikes that penetrated right through Yi Yuan's chest. Greater teleportation is pretty good as well. It's just a pity that it's useless against elder sister me. Yu Ji laughed smugly. Drip, drip, fresh blood sprayed like a fountain along the thorns. It already severely wounded Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not expect that even the art of greater teleportation actually lost effect in front of Yu Ji. Caught off guard, Yi Yuan's chest was directly skewered with 2 holes. Evil extermination sword, domain of sword, greater teleportation. These major killing tools of Yi Yuan's in the past were actually so fragile in front of Yu Ji. Boom! The cleansing sandal sacred flame suddenly erupted and incinerated the spikes into nothingness. But when the flames burned along the spikes towards Yu Ji's body, it was still extinguished by the powerful fiendish energy. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed. A heart-piercing pain came from his chest, virtually making him faint from the pain. Do you think that you're just wounded so simple? Elder sister already planted a holy mother devil flower in your body. Before long, you'll become elder sister's exclusive slice of meat. Yu Ji looked at Yi Yuan with a broad smile and said, Chapter 1191, Internal Organs Incinerating. Chapter 1191, Internal Organs Incinerating. Yi Yuan seemingly felt a seed take root on top of his heart, and sprouting. That agony of germination virtually made him faint. That fire essence of yours is indeed powerful. Even my devil vines are actually not a match. But the devil flowers have already integrated with your flesh and blood. Once it burns, your internal organs will be incinerated to ashes. Sup 1/sup. Younger brother, give up resisting and obediently become elder sister's fiend slave. Elder sister will dote on you well. Yu Ji laughed until she shook, appearing very pleased with herself. This move of hers was different from Fiend Ji. Di Jialan's possession. Therefore, the soul-suppressing pearl was unable to unleash effect too. Your Excellency, are you all right? When Meng Guang saw that heart-penetrating, anguished appearance of Yi Yuan's, his entire person was thoroughly stupefied. Swoosh! Yi Yuan cast the art of greater teleportation, grabbed hold of Meng Guang's sleeve, and directly merged into heaven and earth. Don't resist! Go! With Yi Yuan's present strength, he was unable to bring people and display the art of greater teleportation. But merging into heaven and earth was still doable. When Yu Ji saw the situation, the corners of her mouth curled, and she said with a smile, Want to leave? How can it be that easy? Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus 100 devil vines stabbed straight towards the void, attempting to force Yi Yuan out. Fury Sword Fire Lotus. 2 kinds of violent divine Tao laws intertwined together, chopping out of the void, directly grinding those devil vines to smithereens. However, the remnant force did not diminish, shooting straight for Yu Ji. This move, Yi Yuan attacked in anger. The power was extraordinary. Even for Yu Ji, when she saw the power of this sword, her expression changed slightly too. Devil vines locking the heavens. Swish, swash, swizz. H. Plus countless devil vines waved to form an enormous dense web, continuously depleting the Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power. By the time the Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power was exhausted, Yi Yuan already brought Meng Guang along and got away. Yu Ji stared in the direction that Yi Yuan disappeared in a daze. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. At this time, Yu moved closer and said, Lord Holy Mother, letting them leave just like this? Yu Ji did not have that sort of seductive expression on her face at this time, and had a serious look, but it was akin to that of an, ability holy and inviolable. This brat isn't simple. to actually fuse absolute heaven and Jiangchen, the two people's ultimate skills together, displaying such a peerlessly powerful sword. Right now, my injuries are not yet healed and aren't suited to get into a fight. If I really press this boy into a corner, I won't gain any benefits either. However, since he got hit by my devil flower seeds, he'll definitely become this Holy Mother's fiend slave within 3 days. We just have to wait here will do. Hee, the Son of Heaven's mandate becoming this Holy Mother's fiend slave. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy. Talking to the back, Yu-Ji felt that it was pretty interesting too, and could not help laughing loudly. Lord Holy Mother is mighty. Du said respectfully, since the stronghold is already exposed, transfer then. This little guy is pretty impressive too, almost letting him succeeded. If not for this Holy Mother being cautious and did a little tampering in this grand array, we'd really fall victim to him, Yu-Ji said. This boy's formations path attainments already reached the acme of perfection, virtually reaching the pinnacle of void mystic realm martial artists. This subordinate gathered that his battle with the Grand Yen Divine King, he most likely relied on formations Dao attainments. That's why he didn't fall into a disadvantage, Du said. He was in charge of this stronghold. Regarding Yi Yuan and Lu Linfeng's battle, he naturally would not be unaware. And Yi Yuan was the top priority that they were paying close attention to in the first place. According to the conjectures from the information all round, Yi Yuan very likely relied on formations Dao attainments to remain perfectly unscathed under the Grand Yen Divine King's formations Path 9 scripts. Yu-Ji smiled and said, "It's useless, no matter how impressive. He'll become this Holy Mother's fiend slave very soon." Hee, the thing that Kanhua couldn't accomplish, this Holy Mother accomplished it with the greatest of ease. These 1,000,000 years, that old thing was simply wasting time. If not for him fearing this Holy Mother and let this Holy Mother out earlier, would there be today's Imbara? Sment. Thud. Yi Yuan held his breath and escaped no idea how far either, finally running out of strength, collapsing onto the ground. Along the way, Yi Yuan's internal organs were already thoroughly flooded by miniature devil flowers. That intense pain practically made him faint several times. The devil flowers were like parasites. The faster his essence energy revolved, the faster the devil flowers propagated too. At this time, the devil flowers virtually occupied his innards. Thick fiendish energy was currently spreading all over his entire body. Yi Yuan's teeth were chattering, his complexion as pale as a sheet. "Lord, Yi Yuan, are you all right? Can I do anything at all?" Meng Guang said, rather fluid tieredly. "You help stand guard over me." Yi Yuan squeezed these few words out from the gaps of his teeth and could no longer speak. Rest, assured, Your Excellency, unless I die. Otherwise, I absolutely won't let people take one step closer. Meng Guang said in a panic. Yi Yuan falteringly took out a medicinal pill, Tiger Dragon Creation Pill. This medicinal pill was prepared by Yi Yuan to break through the limits of the fleshly body in order to break through the last gateway. According to Yi Yuan's cultivation plan, it should be taking the Crimson Firmament Tyrannical Body Pill first, letting the fleshly body break through the late-stage Tier 9, reaching peak late-stage. After that, consuming this Tiger Dragon Creation Pill, reaching the level of grand completion in one fell swoop from there. His own medicine pill, Yi Yuan naturally poured forth his greatest efforts. This Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was an arcane insight rank medicinal pill. The Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was incomparably overbearing to begin with. Even a late-stage Tier 9 physical body could not withstand that tyrannical power of tigers and dragons too. An arcane insight rank medicinal pill, the power was even more unimaginable. A moment of carelessness, and he would die from his fleshly body exploding apart. But now, Yi Yuan already could not care that much. Yu Ji was well worthy of being a heavenly fiendji. Oh, DCLA. S powerhouse. These devil flowers were too overbearing and did not give him any chances at all. Since it did not give chances, then Yi Yuan could only create an opportunity himself. Yi Yuan swallowed the tiger dragon creation pill in one go. Straight away, the surging medicinal strength immediately started scouring the tendons, bones, and internal organs in his entire body. Tiger dragon creation pill was the strongest body-tempering medicinal pill that Yi Yuan knew. The power of the medicinal strength could be imagined. Furthermore, he was jumping realms to devour the medicinal pill right now. That berserk medicinal strength was virtually going to blow his fleshly body up. HRRGGHH. Yi Yuan lifted his head to the sky and howled, blue veins popping up all over his body, looking exceptionally terrifying. Meng Guang, who was currently standing guard, quaked in his boots. He knew that Yi Yuan was currently enduring tremendous pain, but he was powerless to help. Fiery, begin. Yi Yuan roared. Fiery's body materialized, and he said stammeringly, "Big brother, really going to do this? You'll die. Hurry." Yi Yuan practically squeezed this word out from the gaps of his teeth. Fiery drew a deep breath and said, "I understand. I'll be careful, big brother," only to see him knead seals with both hands, firing out a strand of cleansing sandal sacred flame into Yi Yuan's body. Arg! Yi Yuan's roars sounded again. Fiery was currently deploying the cleansing sandal sacred flame, refining Yi Yuan's internal organs. He was going to forcefully refine that Holy Mother Devil Flowers. Chapter 1192, Awaken. Chapter 1192, Awaken. Yi Yuan frenziedly activated the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art and restored the wounds within his body crazily. The Tiger Dragon creation pill was like tide waters, scouring Yi Yuan's internal organs and the meridians all over his body wave after wave. Yi Yuan's internal organs were advancing with incredible speed. However, because the medicinal strength was too fearsome, the Tiger Dragon creation pill's impact on his fleshly body was far fiercer than the remolding. Blackish-red bloodstains seeped out on Yi Yuan's muscles. At the same time, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was still tempering Yi Yuan's innards impertinently. Yi Yuan felt like he was just like a balloon at this time. It was as if he might explode at any time. The Tyrant Dragon regeneration art was a very powerful cultivation method. Yi Yuan had long cultivated it to the degree of peak tier 9, but the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art being hailed as undying and imperishable, that was referring to the Divine Tao cultivation method. But what Longtung knew was merely just the first half. Under such intense devastation, Yi Yuan's body was currently approaching collapse. Currently, the Tiger Dragon creation pill was like floodwaters that breached the bank, while the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art was blocking up the hole. However, it seemed like the Tiger Dragon creation pill was a bit more ferocious in the end. The gap was continuously enlarging, getting bigger. The reason why Yi Yuan wanted to forcefully increase his fleshly body realm was in order to strengthen the internal organs and have the innards be capable of withstanding the cleansing sandal sacred flame. At this time, Fiery did not dare to increase the power of the cleansing sandal sacred flame at all. Otherwise, Yi Yuan's internal organs would directly be incinerated clean. He carefully controlled the cleansing sandal sacred flame power, using it to restrain the Holy Mother Devil Flower's growth. As for whether Yi Yuan could break through or not, it could only completely depend on his fortunes. But this situation at present was clearly not very optimistic. Fiery looked at Yi Yuan with a worried look, but was powerless to help. Fleshly body tempering was an extremely painful process. It completely relied on one's willpower to control. Split. The flesh on Yi Yuan's body cracked open inch by inch. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. When Fiery saw this scene, he could not help feeling torn with anxiety. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Hang in there, big brother." However, Yi Yuan's consciousness became weaker and weaker. His entire person was in a completely messed up state. Not only did he have a devil seed planted by Yuji, but there was also even the tiger dragon creation pill ravaging his innards and fleshly body. Apart from this, there was also Fiery's cleansing sandal sacred flame attempting to refine the Holy Mother devil flowers. Even if Yi Yuan had an iron will, he could not withstand such devastation too. Yi Yuan's consciousness was gradually falling into the limitless darkness. Yi Yuan, in his confusion and trance, Yi Yuan seemed to have heard someone calling his name in the depths of this darkness. "Who's calling me? Could it be that I'm already dead?" Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. "Yi Yuan," that voice sounded out once more. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Who are you?" Roar. A heaven-shocking dragon roar pierced through the darkness, transmitting into Yi Yuan's ears. A silhouette appeared in the darkness. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked, and could not help shuddering all over. That figure was actually exactly the same as him. No, wait, this person's head actually had two horns, sup, 1/sup. "It's me. Who are you?" "I'm you." "You're me? What does that mean?" "I've already slumbered for over 500 years in the depths of your consciousness. Today, I finally awakened." Yi Yuan's entire body quivered, and he said, You're the atavism dragon soul?" "Ha ha, you're the one who's the atavism dragon soul. I'm you, and you're me." Yi Yuan did not rejoice in the slightest, and instead frowned, and said, "I'm clearly of the human race. Why would I possess an atavism dragon soul?" "Ha, you only have half human race bloodline. The other half is naturally the dragon race." "I only have half human race bloodline. Could it be you're saying that my mother is of the dragon clan?" At this time, Tanic storms surged in Yi Yuan's heart. Ever since birth, Yi Yuan had never heard his father mentioned before about his mother's existence. It was as if he was a motherless child. Yi Yuan had once asked Ji Zhengyang before about the matters concerning his mother too, but Ji Zhengyang did not utter a single word about this. He only told Yi Yuan that his mother was already dead. As a result, Yi Yuan did not think that much either. Only reaching this life did Yi Yuan feel maternal love from Ren Hongling. Now, he actually had an inexplicable mother pop out. Furthermore, this mother even originated from the dragon race. All of this seemed to be a fantasy tale, but if not for so, how could he accomplish it with high proficiency when he cultivated dragon race martial techniques? Even the divine, rank dragon wave, Yi Yuan learned it within an inconceivable amount of time too. Such talent, it was already not enough to use monstrous to describe it. That is, of course. How can a human possibly possess an atavism dragon soul? The other Yi Yuan gave such an answer. Then, who in the world is my mother? When he asked this, Yi Yuan's emotions were actually somewhat fluid, as teared. After all, towards this incomparably mysterious mother, Yi Yuan still held some awe as well as grievances. "Very sorry, I don't know either. I'm just your other half. In this respect, what I know isn't much more than you. This query needs you to unravel it yourself." The other party's answer greatly disappointed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Fine, then. Then what's the use of you appearing as well?" "To impart you the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art Divine Tao chapter," said the other Yi Yuan coolly. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, but he still said disappointedly, "It's no use. I already don't have time to go comprehend the divine inscriptions." The other Yi Yuan said, "Don't need to comprehend. As long as I fuse into one with you, you'll naturally know it." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help opening his eyes wide, and said, "You aren't joking, right? How can divine inscriptions possibly not need to be comprehended?" The other Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The atavism dragon soul is the strongest among all of the demon race's physiques. Not one of, because this kind of physique possesses all of the dragon race's first ancestors' memories. In theory, one is capable of fully reaching the dragon race's first ancestors' height. As long as one is capable of awakening the inheritance memories, this dragon race descendant will be able to directly learn this cultivation skill and martial technique. Of course, the hardest part about the atavism dragon soul is also awakening." Yi Yuan was extremely alarmed when he heard. No wonder the white tiger spirit was so jealous back then. It turned out that this physique was actually freakish to such an extent. Divine inscriptions, this kind of profound and hard to fathom things, one would actually immediately learn it. That was also to say that as long as one completely awakened the atavism dragon soul, they would be able to become the second dragon race's founding ancestor. What kind of existence the dragon race's founding ancestor was, Yi Yuan was not clear at all. But Yi Yuan felt that it was very likely an origin deity realm existence. Then, how did I awaken the atavism dragon soul? Yi Yuan asked curiously. The other Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Originally, the first time you awakened should be the moment you corroborate your Tao and become a deity. But with your powerful, well, plus your unyieldingness and unwillingness to take things lying down, all these made you successfully awaken a small portion of the atavism dragon soul." Chapter 1193, Not Waiting Overnight to Take Revenge. Chapter 1193, Not Waiting Overnight to Take Revenge. Yi Yuan, at this time, was like a sieve, spraying blood from head to toe, looking very savage and terrifying. If not for the tyrant dragon regeneration art, he would have already died D knows how many times. Fiery's complexion flickered incessantly, tears already welling up in his eyes, his entire body shaking. He knew that Yi Yuan already reached the brink of death, and likely could not hold on much longer. "Why, Your Excellency, nothing must happen to you. You quickly wake up." Meng Guang was powerless to do anything by the side, and was full of worries. He felt that Yi Yuan was an extraordinary great figure. Just now, if it were somebody else, they would probably have long left him behind. But Yi Yuan did not forget to bring him away before he left. To Yi Yuan, he was just an insignificant minor character. But Yi Yuan brought him along without any hesitation. At that moment, he was absolutely a burden to Yi Yuan. Hence, the agitation in Meng Guang's heart could not be expressed using words. But now, Yi Yuan's entire person looked very miserable. He had clearly already reached the verge of death. But just as Fiery and Meng Guang lost all hope, a miraculous scene occurred. Those cracked open wounds on Yi Yuan's body were actually slowly healing. Yi Yuan, who was originally on his dying breath already, his life force thriving once more as well. Even though this process was rather slow, but he was indeed recovering. The tiger dragon creation pill's medicinal strength was still overbearing, but the recovery speed of Yi Yuan's body had already said the speed of his destruction. Under the powerful protection of the tyrant dragon regeneration art, Yi Yuan's body was frenziedly absorbing the tiger dragon creation pill's medicinal strength. His fleshly body was also breaking through rapidly. Yi Yuan awakening the atavism dragon soul one time, he immediately comprehended the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's Divine Tao chapter. Just like the other hymn said, he did not need to comprehend at all and immediately understood it. It was just a shame that his awakening this time only had the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's first level. The Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's Divine Tao chapter was similarly divided into 9 levels. For Yi Yuan to want to cultivate the cultivation method at the back, he still required another fortuitous awakening. Furthermore, to really unleash the might of the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, one required a corresponding level of physical body to match it. With Yi Yuan's current physical body, even if he comprehended the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's first level, it was also completely different compared to a deity realm powerhouse casting it. Without going through mystic chi flooding the body and achieving deity realm, the so-called grand completion realm was merely a joke. The power of deity realm was not what Tao profound realm could surmise. Of course, even so, with the augmentation of divine Tao laws, Yi Yuan's speed of recovering the fleshly body increased more than 10 times over. The atavism dragon soul's first awakening was normally when breaking through to deity realm. Yi Yuan's awakening this time was still because it was triggered by the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art in the end. Hence, the inheritance that he grasped was pitifully little, but the awakening this time was not that useless either. Apart from the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, he even grasped another dragon race martial technique. Under the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill's overbearing medicinal strength, Yi Yuan broke through to peak Tier 9 very quickly, but it was not over yet. The medicinal strength of the Arcane Insight rank Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was too tyrannical. Yi Yuan's fleshly body rushed toward the realm of Tier 9 Grand Completion. Following the increase in realm, plus the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's recovery ability, the medicinal strength of the Tiger Dragon Regeneration Art was no longer able to cause any damage to Yi Yuan. His appearance already recovered to his original appearance. When Fiery saw the situation, he could not help being overjoyed. "Double up, Fiery!" Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Yes, big brother." Fiery said with an excited look. Pulling through the most difficult hurdle, there were no more obstacles at the back. 2 days later, Yi Yuan's fleshly body finally broke through to Tier 9 Grand Completion. At this point, Yi Yuan's essence and spirit, 2 paths, both reached the realm of Grand Completion, only missing an Essence Energy realm. As long as Essence Energy realm reached Peak Divine King, he would reach the qualifications to A.S. Salt the Deity realm. As for the realm of Void, Mystic, Yi Yuan did not need to go through it at all. Moreover, his concept's comprehensions had long already thrown Void, Mystic realm powerhouses behind G. Oh, D knows how many times. Fiery, use your full power, refine. Yi Yuan commanded once more. Fiery drew a deep breath, instantly urged the cleansing sandal sacred flame to the limits, and started refining the Holy Mother Devil flowers. Ugh, Yi Yuan's complexion instantly turned red. That agony of being immolated instantly spread throughout his entire body, making him perspire profusely. Fiery had already comprehended divine Tao laws currently, the might of the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Even if Yi Yuan reached Grand Completion realm, it was hard to resist it too. Yi Yuan revolved the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art and crazily recovered the internal injuries. Although the Holy Mother Devil flowers were impressive, facing the cleansing sandal sacred flame's full power refinement, they were finally refined away bit by bit too. However, the most terrifying thing was not the Holy Mother Devil flowers that grew, but those roots that had already penetrated into the internal organs. To Yi Yuan, right now was cutting away the flesh to treat the wounds. He was guiding the cleansing sandal sacred flame, continuously burning his internal organs, completely eradicating those stubborn roots. This pain was enough to make the average martial artist go crazy and commit suicide. Seeing that Yi Yuan was fine, Meng Guang finally heaved a sigh in relief. But at this time, his heart could not help feeling sympathy again. He saw through some inklings and knew that Yi Yuan was using this sort of method to remove the Holy Mother devil flowers. From Yi Yuan's sweat-covered forehead, he could guess how terrifying the pain Yi Yuan was suffering at this time. But Yi Yuan actually did not even furrow an eyebrow. This perseverance, this willpower, they made Meng Guang's countenance greatly moved. He could not help secretly heaving a sigh, thinking to himself that it was indeed no accident that Yi Yuan could have today's accomplishments. People only saw him rise with comet-like speed, but did not know how much effort that an ordinary person could not imagine was put in behind him. This was a true powerhouse. Finally, Yi Yuan spat out a long, turbid breath. Meng Guang's entire body trembled, and he sighed with admiration as he said, "Your Excellency is truly AG. Oh, These few days of experiences, if it were others, they would probably have already died no less than 10 times. But Yi Yuan relied on his willpower and forcefully pulled through. This left him no choice but to admire. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said smilingly, "If I couldn't resist, I would have to die. How to choose between life and death is very simple, right?" Meng Guang smiled bitterly and said, "Talking about it is easy, but with your Excellency's situation back then, probably 10 out of 10 people would choose death, right?" After all, a fate worse than death seemed to be more terrifying than death. Yi Yuan smiled and did not say anything. Fiery asked concernedly, "Big brother, how is it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, never been better than right now." Fiery's eyes lit up, making out that Yi Yuan's words seemed to be insinuating something. "Big brother, then Fiery asked probingly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Not waiting overnight to take revenge. That old demon had made this young master suffer such a huge loss. Not teaching her a bit of a lesson. She'll really think that this young master is easy to need." Chapter 1194, 9 Transformations Golden Body. Chapter 1194, 9 Transformations Golden Body. "Lord Holy Mother, the matters over here are already settled properly. We can withdraw at any time," Yu said to Yu with a bow. "And let them withdraw at once then," Yu said coolly. Yu thought about it and said, "Lord Holy Mother, 3 days' time is about to pass. Would that Yi Yuan have?" Yu's face turned cold, and she said, "Are you doubting this Holy Mother's ability?" Don't look at how Yu was seductive and moving, having a grin on her face all day long. She was a true fiend who absolutely killed people without batting an eyelid. Even if Yu was her subordinate dares not. Yu hurriedly said. Yu suddenly changed expressions and said, "I am, with confidence. Even the absolute heaven of 1,000,000 years ago, if he got hit by the flower poison, he had to obediently become my fiend slave too. Could a mere Tao profound realm brat still overturn the heavens? Look, didn't he come?" Yu was just talking when Yi Yuan's figure appeared in her line of sight. "Teehee, obedient little brother, quickly come over and let elder sister dotes on you well," Yu said as she beckoned Yi Yuan with a smile. Yi Yuan did not speak either, and just flew over to Yu's side. Yu was smiling and even said to the Yu beside, smugly, "Saw that, do you? This is the Son of Heaven's mandate. Now, he's this Holy Mother's fiend slave. Later, when we find Kanua, that fellow, this Holy Mother has to show off properly." But Yu's brows pressed together, and he said, "Lord Holy Mother, something seems to be not quite right." N. Yu Ji froze. Looking over toward Yi Yuan, her expression could not help changing drastically. At this time, Yi Yuan was merely 1,000 feet away from her, but a hint of a mocking smile flickered across the corners of his mouth. All of a sudden, evil extermination sword attacked. Fury sword fire lotus, piercing cold killing intent locked onto Yu Ji firmly. Too mighty divine, Dao laws flagrantly attacked. The distance of 1,000 feet was crossed in a flash. Yu Ji's reaction could not be said to not be quick. Terrifying fiendish energy instantly erupted, wrapping herself up in protection. Boom! This sword slammed onto that cloud of black chi solidly. The energy undulations stirred up by two great divine, Dao, laws smashed that cloud of black chi in deeply. That cloud of black chi was directly smashed flying 10,000 feet away. Ha ha! Old hag, just your bit of means also wish to subdue Lord Yi Yuan? Aren't you guys involved in intelligence gathering? Don't you know that Lord Yi Yuan's Tli is heaven surmounting? Meng Guang looked at her from far away as he said mockingly with a loud laugh. The black chi dissipated, revealing Yu Ji's and Yu's figures. Yu Ji's expression was ashen pale. A trace of blood covered the corners of her mouth, too. But Yu's situation was much worse than her. There was not an intact spot from head to toe. His entire physical body practically shattered mushy. Old, which, how's the taste of this sword? Yi Yuan asked with a smile that was not a smile. The sneak attack just now succeeding, Yi Yuan immediately felt very liberated in his heart. Since reincarnating, Yi Yuan had experienced countless times of life and death. But there had never been one time as perilous as a few days ago. He even almost became somebody else's slave. Although he survived the crisis, Yi Yuan still had indignation stifled in his heart. One sword succeeding, this turbid breath of Yi Yuan was also finally released. Yu Ji's expression was very ugly. She was still showing off with Yu earlier, and now Yi Yuan gave her a slap with a backhand. The power of this sword was unbelievably Astoni's. Plussing. Even if it was her who was subjected to it, she suffered a considerable hidden loss too. Of course, the more important thing was that her face was utterly lost. Impossible. The toxin of the devil flower is incurable. How did you do it? Yu Ji still did not dare to believe it, and questioned. As a heavenly fiendji, an existence comparable to origin deity realms, Yu Ji's confidence was not without reason. Even she was unable to break through to the deity realm today. Her methods were also not what ordinary humans could understand. But this time, she miscalculated. Incurable, is it? Isn't this young master perfectly well right now? Old, which it's best you don't be too confident when conducting yourself as a person. Oh, this young master forgets you're not a person. Even as a fiend, don't be too confident as well. Be careful of getting your face slapped. Yi Yuan scoffed. Yu Ji's expression flickered incessantly, becoming like a different person from that cheerful and lively appearance. She was not surprised by Yi Yuan's sword. She was surprised that Yi Yuan was actually able to eradicate the devil flowers. Humph! Boy, do you think that by resolving the flower toxin, you're this Holy Mother's match? You don't think that that sword really had any effect against this Holy Mother, right? Yu Ji said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, stop feigning. It's true that you're formidable, but you're likely still far from recovering to your peak state, right? If you really have no misgivings at all, it's impossible to let me leave freely on that day. If 1 slash doesn't cut it, 8 or 10 slashes should be enough, right? Yu Ji's expression changed, not expecting that Yi Yuan actually perceived it so thoroughly, being suppressed for 1,000,000 years by absolute heaven. How could Yu Ji's strength be capable of recovering in a short time? taking action that day with Yi Yuan already hurt her vitality, virtually exhausting all of the yang energy that she absorbed in these few months. Although that sword earlier could not hurt her foundation, if 8 or 10 swords were to come, it would really be quite enough for her to choke on. Humph. That will also require you to have the ability to hit me first before saying, do you think that this Holy Mother will still give you that opportunity just now? Prepare to die. Yu Ji was incredibly enraged from Imbara's men at this time. She drew out a vine from inside her body and charged over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit afraid. Stepping forward, he clashed together with Yu Ji, two peerless experts facing off. That undulation was simply earth-shaking. Ho-ho, still not bringing out your true capabilities? There's no meaning in carrying on to fight like this. Or, have you already exhausted your tricks? Yi Yuan taunted with a face full of ridicule. Although Yu Ji was stubborn, Yi Yuan could perceive that her strength compared to that day was still quite a bit worse. The words that Yu Ji gave him on that day, Yi Yuan returned it in its entirety. Brat, do you really take this Holy Mother to be easily bullied? Since you want to see this Holy Mother's true ability, then you'll have to be prepared to die. Yu Ji swayed lightly, retreating 1,000 feet away. At the same time, fiendish energy surged on her body, long hair fluttering, looking extremely demonic. Yu Ji, who fully released fiendish energy, recovered to that Holy Mother who controlled everything again. It was only to see an alluring smile hanging on her face as she said, "This is Elder Sister's strength. You got to receive it well. Thorns covering the skies." Yu Ji's fiendish energy stirred. Countless thorn spikes suddenly burst out from within the void, virtually enveloping Yi Yuan completely inside. Each one of these spikes was exactly the same as the spikes that stabbed Yi Yuan that day. Looks like Yu Ji really released a major move here. Yi Yuan's provocation also made Yu Ji finally become genuinely enraged. She decided to utterly kill Yi Yuan this time. But Yi Yuan smiled indifferently. The fleshy body power of Tier 9 Grand Completion erupted fully. At this time, the skin all over Yi Yuan's body became golden colored, looking just like an arhat. Yu Ji's expression instantly changed greatly as she cried out in horror, 9 transformations golden body. How is this possible? Chapter 1195, Awakened Second Martial Technique. Chapter 1195, Awakened Second Martial Technique. Coiling Dragon, Heaven Devastating Palm. Yi Yuan yelled out. Divine, ranked Coiling Dragon, Heaven Devastating Palm shot forth. This Coiling Dragon, Heaven Devastating Palm was G. Oh, D knows how many times stronger compared to when at the Medicine King Hall. One palm releasing, it shattered all of the spikes to smithereens like breaking dead branches. Furthermore, the remaining momentum did not diminish. Cruce. Plussing over towards Yu Ji. Yu Ji's expression changed drastically. Rolling fiendish energy seethed. Class. Plussing with the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. However, it was to no avail. This palm of Yi Yuan's was simply unstoppable. Although the fiendish energy was powerful, it could not stop the power of this palm at all. Yi Yuan's body refinement breaking through to the Grand Completion realm. His fleshy body power already reached the limits under Deity realm. The power of the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. But this was not the crux. The key was the 9 transformations golden body. The 9 transformations golden body was the body refinement realm of Deity realm powerhouses. 9 transformations golden body, undying and imperishable. Of course, Yi Yuan's was not the genuine 9 transformations golden body. The arcane insight rank Tiger Dragon creation pill made Yi Yuan's fleshy body had an additional trace of Dao Accu, mulation of deity realm. Even though it was just a trace, the augmentation of Yi Yuan's martial techniques was unimaginable. Arg! A tragic and shrill cry sounded over. Yuji's body was directly smashed into a lump of meat paste by this palm. Is this truly a martial technique that divine king powerhouses can display? Meng Guang was already dumbfounded from watching. He did not know what 9 transformations golden body was, but this did not impede him from being astonished by the power of this palm. Using startling the universe and making DS and go sweep was not the slightest bit overboard. This was a domineering cruise. Plusing a completely unreasonable overpowering. No matter how powerful you were, I just crush with a palm. Big brother, he isn't a divine king powerhouse yet, but this palm is also too unreasonable. Fiery was also shocked by Yi Yuan's palm. Meng Guang did not know Yuji's terror, but Fiery was perfectly aware. The might of that slash from evil extermination back then was still vivid in Fiery's mind. Such an attack could not even destroy Yuji. It could be seen how powerful her strength was. When Yi Yuan said to come and take revenge, Fiery actually still had no assurance in his heart. Along the way, Yi Yuan did not reveal anything either. Only all the way until now, when Yi Yuan completely erupted, did he know that Yi Yuan's strength had another qualitative leap. Meng Guang nodded his head, strongly approving of Fiery's appraisal. This palm could only use unreasonable to describe. And no way, right? Lord Holy Mother actually lost to this boy? Diyu was completely dumbfounded. In his eyes, Yuji was an undefeatable existence. In this world, only Lord Kanua could rival Lord Holy Mother. Even though Yuji had yet to fully recover, it was totally impossible for ordinary human experts to be her match. However, Yuji was defeated just like this. Fiery, Meng Guang, you guys retreat farther back. Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. The two people were stunned, not quite certain what he meant. But toward Yi Yuan's words, they naturally would not have doubts. So they withdrew 1,000 feet away. Not enough farther back. Yi Yuan said again. The two people could only retreat several thousand feet again. Farther even more. What medicine is His Excellency selling in his gourd? Could it be that old witch is brewing some killing move, and he's making us stay further away? As Meng Guang walked, he said in puzzlement, I don't know either, but it looks like he's considering our safety. Fiery said, Lord Fiery, I say, that palm just now was so terrifying. That old witch isn't dead yet. Ha! Even an origin deity realm powerhouse couldn't kill that old witch and could only suppress her for 1,000,000 years' time. How could she die so easily? Fiery said. Meng Guang stuck out his tongue, unbelievably shocked. He did not know what origin deity realm was, but deity realm, these 2 words were already enough for him to understand. No wonder someone as powerful as His Excellency suffered a major loss at her hands too. But now, he gained back some ground already. Ha! Meng Guang said with a laugh. Fiery also smiled. To them, these few days could really use overwhelming sorrow and joy to describe. Yi Yuan's life hung by a thread and almost died. This also made them hate Yuji, this old witch, to the bones. Yi Yuan's overpowering quas. Plusing also made them feel the delight of avenging a great enmity. Swoosh! A cloud of black gas turned into an arc of light, fleeing towards the distance. Brat, you remember for this old lady. Today's enmity, this old lady will make you pay it back 2-fold. In the black gas came Yuji's shriek. Clearly, she already hated Yi Yuan to the bones. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a smile, Old witch, you're already getting on in years. better rest, and recuperate more. This young master will send you off again. Yi Yuan took his time and took a deep breath. Roar. A dragon roar that shook heaven and earth instantly rippled out. Yu, who was closest to Yi Yuan, was immediately shook into a pile of sludge by this dragon roar. Even that fiendish energy was also shook until it completely dissipated. A powerhouse who was close to the Holy Emperor realm was utterly wiped out just like that. Voice of the Dragon G. O.D. This move was one of the supreme martial techniques that the dragon race already lose. Voice of the Dragon G. O.D. Yi Yuan awakened the atavism dragon soul, and the second martial technique that he learned was the voice of the dragon G. O.D. At this moment, there did not seem to be other voices in this world. Only Yi Yuan's dragon roar remained. That terrifying power made heaven and earth change color. Arg! A shrill and miserable cry sounded out. It was just that Yu Ji's voice was completely unable to transmit out. Under the voice of the dragon G. O.D. Everything was empty. Yu Ji's body abruptly came to a stop, being nailed in the air firmly. She was originally already seriously injured. How could she be capable of resisting such a terrifying divine Dao martial technique? Her fiendish energy surged to the skies. Even if she was forced back to her original form by Yi Yuan with one palm, the fiendish energy did not diminish in the slightest. But at this moment, under Yi Yuan's voice of the dragon G. O.D., her cloud of black gas actually showed signs of dissipating. The voice of the dragon G. O.D. transmitted over ceaselessly. That cloud of black gas became thinner and thinner. Fiery and Meng Guang, the two people, used their hands to cover their ears tightly at this time. Exchanging a glance, they both saw deep astoundment from the other's eyes. When did Yi Yuan learn such a terrifying martial technique again? Compared to that unreasonable palm earlier, this sound wave attack was clearly even more terrifying. No wonder Yi Yuan made them go further away. It turned out that it was actually this reason. Even if Yi Yuan was not unleashed, plus-ing this martial technique against them, the two of them also felt like their internal organs were almost shattering. This was even with them going so far away. If it was nearby, even if Yi Yuan was not unleashed, plus-ing the martial technique against them, it would likely shock them until they were ground to dust too. However, right at this moment, the voice of the dragon G. O.D. abruptly cut off. Ha ha. Too bad. Just missing that little bit more. If you're able to break through to Deity realm, this Holy Mother might have to die in your hands today. It's too bad that it's just lacking a tiny bit. Boy, today's grudge, this old lady has remembered it. When this old lady recovers my strength, I'll definitely grind your bones to powder and make mincemeat of your fleas. Plus, that shrill voice of Yu Ji's came over, mixed with ecstasy, mixed with fury, and mixed with boundless hatred inside. Chapter 1196. Heaven's Secret Tower Stirs Again. Chapter 1196. Heaven's Secret Tower Stirs Again. Too consecutive. Too bad. Revealed Yu Ji's lingering fear in her heart. Indeed, just a little more, and Yi Yuan would be able to kill her. Just missing a tiny bit only. That was a genuine death. Within 1,000,000 years, it was Yu Ji's first time truly facing death. Even when facing Taoist absolute heaven's ceiling, she was not so terrified, nor gave up all hope before either. The voice of the dragon G. O.D. was well deserving of being the dragon race's supreme martial technique. The terror of this sound wave attack actually almost forcefully scattered heavenly fiend G. O.D.U.G. Yi Yuan was within an inch of completing a great feat that body could accomplish for 1,000,000 years. It was unfortunate that it fell short of success at the last stage, because the current Yi Yuan was already extremely overdrawn. If the voice of the dragon Ji continued, he himself would croak first before Yu Ji died. Don't look at how the power of the voice of the dragon Ji was great. The consumption was exceedingly terrifying too. If not because of the 9 transformations golden body, Yi Yuan probably could not even last the time of a breath. Even so, he also merely held it there for the time of 3 breaths. Once 3 breaths were up, Yi Yuan was no longer able to continue. Actually, even if he had the 9 transformations golden body, Yi Yuan was at most able to persevere for 2 breaths of time as well. That remaining 1 breath was exchanged by him with his life. Regarding the voice of the dragon Ji's power, Yi Yuan was very surprised too. Therefore, he overdrew his physical strength to the verge of collapse before having no choice but to stop with regrets. Yi Yuan collapsed weakly and virtually could not even speak. Fiery's expression changed. Figure flass. Plussing. He hurriedly supported Yi Yuan. Big brother, are you all right? Fiery asked worriedly. Yi Yuan opened his mouth with difficulty, but did not even emit a single sound. Actually, Fiery wanted to go and chase after Yu Ji. Except, seeing Yi Yuan's situation, how could he still leave? With no other alternatives, Fiery could only watch Yu Ji escape helplessly. Meng Guang's strength was too weak. Even if he was very far away, he was also shocked by Yi Yuan's voice of the dragon until he was muddled up at this time too, and was completely unable to come and take care of Yi Yuan. Seeing Yu Ji escape, Fiery could only heave a long sigh and secretly lament. Big brother, you're messing around too much. How could such a terrifying divine Tao martial technique be what you're capable of displaying right now? Fiery looked at Yi Yuan and grumbled. Yi Yuan moved his lips and barely managed to smile. He did not regret it. He would really regret it if he did not give it a shot. At the very least, he knew now that these heavenly fiendji DS were not really unkillable. As long as you were powerful enough, you could similarly kill them. Of course, Yi Yuan also knew that the reason why he almost killed Yu Ji was that he was standing on the shoulder of giants. If not for Taoist absolute heaven's 1 million years of suppression, making Yu Ji suffer a great loss in vitality, he would not have this chance either. This rest was a month's time. Yi Yuan's exhaustion, this time, nearly damaged his foundations. Even with the help of medicinal pills, he used a month's time before fully recovering too. Taking care of Yi Yuan these few days, he also finally got to know about the fiend race's sequence of events from Yi Yuan and Fiery's mouth. His wars, H+P towards Yi Yuan, simply reached a point where it could not be any greater. Of course, what made him admire even more was still Yi Yuan's behavior. Regardless of whether it was cardinal principles of righteousness or trivial matters, Yi Yuan had no fault to nitpick. In cardinal principles of righteousness, Yi Yuan narrowly escaped death and fought the fiend race's heavenly fiendji valiantly. In trifling matters, when he fled in the face of danger, he even did not forget to bring him, a minor character, along. Ever since then, Meng Guang followed Yi Yuan wholeheartedly. On this day, Gu Yongtang came to the Moonhowl sect and found Yi Yuan. Lord, mystic Lord, the news over here, this lowly one has already sent it to the organization. Lord Tung made me pass a message to you to tell you sorry for causing you so much trouble. Lord Tung, that sighed, seriously couldn't make time. Your Excellency, please forgive me. Gu Yongtang bowed and saluted as he said. Toward this one in front of him, Gu Yongtang also admired endlessly. The other day, Yi Yuan made Meng Guang bring Gu Yongtang over. He learned the information of Yu Ji being at the Moonhowl sect, and his astonishment could not be any greater too. It was just that he could not quite understand how in the world Yi Yuan survived under Yu Ji's hands. The specifics of the battle process, Yi Yuan did not overly describe as well. How strong Yu Ji's strength was, Gu Yongtang was all too clear. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually still survive under the situation where he was seriously injured. Then there was only one possibility. Yu Ji also sustained serious injuries. Yi Yuan fought her off. With that in mind, Gu Yongtang threw himself at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration. But Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "This time, it fell just one step short of success, failing to live up to Brother Tung's trust. The failure this time alerted the enemy. Most likely, the fiend Calamity's eruption already can't be avoided. Your Excellency, don't have to blame yourself. This isn't Sir's fault. And, oh, Body could have expected that there was actually a heavenly fiendji. Oh, hiding in the Moonhowl sect. If he had known earlier, Lord Tung would probably have come over personally." Gu Yongtang said. Yi Yuan smiled and did not say anything. Since he did not kill Yu Ji, he could not say much either. The voice of the dragon Ji. Oh, D was currently his strongest ace in the whole. He naturally would not tell Gu Yongtang. As for Gu Yongtang's misunderstanding, he obviously would not clarify either. Yi Yuan's regret was not that he did not obtain the fiend race's intel, but because he did not kill Yu Ji. Except, even if one gave Gu Yongtang several galls, he also did not dare think that Yi Yuan actually had the ability to kill Yu Ji. After all, this sort of thing, even absolute heaven could not do it. This matter is over. I wonder if Sir is returning to the Dragon Clan. Yongtang can represent Sir to make arrangements. Gu Yongtang asked. Yi Yuan said coolly, "There's no need. This young master isn't returning to the Dragon Clan for the time being. You go back and report on the task then. It's none of your business here anymore." The Moonhowl sect was already destroyed. Gu Yongtang naturally did not have the need to be undercover anymore. Their hidden base naturally had to be evacuated too. Gu Yongtang received the order and left. Meng Guang could not help asking curiously, "Your Excellency, if we're not going to the Dragon Clan, where are we going?" Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Chaotic Devil Sea." Meng Guang's expression turned fearful, but did not know what Yi Yuan was going to the Chaotic Devil Sea for. Just as Yi Yuan was heading for the Chaotic Devil Sea, the Heaven's Secret Tower threw out another heavyweight bomb. The Heaven's Secret Tower announced to the world that 10 days later, the 10 great divine kings would have some changes once more. This news was like a bolt out of the blue, immediately stirring up the entire divine realm. What the Hell is this? The new issue of 10 Great Divine Kings was just published for a few months. Could the Heaven's Secret Tower be overthrowing it again? Yeah, the last time they published the 10 Great Divine Kings was something that happened 2,000 years ago. This time, it's just a few months? Could it be that one of the 10 Great Divine Kings, or perhaps two, had breakthroughs recently, and Serpa S. said the front rankings? If I were to say the new rankings this time might still have something to do with the heavens surmounting Divine King. And I feel the same way too. The release this time might just be for error correction. After all, the heavens surmounting Divine King actually fought with the Grand Yen Divine King until they were evenly matched in strength. Various versions of speculations flew everywhere, making this action of the Heaven's Secret Tower become even more unfathomable. Even though the Heaven's Secret Tower never played cards according to convention, this time was also truly too ridiculous. How could the 10 Great Divine Kings, this kind of authoritative powerhouse ranking, be changed W? Why Nilly? Chapter 1197, Tan sees death. Chapter 1197, Tan sees death after a time interval of several months. The heavens-stabilizing divine king made his way up the heavens' secret tower once more, ending on a sour note the last time. Zhuge Qingxian had always taken it to heart, but the news that followed in quick succession made him very surprised. Yi Yuan's strength was actually really sufficient to enter the ranks of the 10 great divine kings. Furthermore, he actually fought to a draw with Lu Linfeng. Even though he felt that there was some suspicions on Lu Linfeng going easy, this news was already enough to shock him. But he did not think that the Heaven's Secret Tower really announced that they were going to change the 10 great divine kings. In his view, that mysterious fellow must have come to a compromise with him. No matter what, this present divine realm's #1 person, was no joke. Of course, this did not count that person inside. Still behind the black curtain, still so mysterious. Didn't expect that you finally still compromised. You can rest assured the promise that this seat made before is still valid. Zhuge Qingxian said. The other party was silent. Zhuge Qingxian continued. Whatever terms your Heaven's Secret Tower have, just put it forward. Kicking Yi Yuan out of the 10 great divine kings this time also made things difficult for you guys. Rest assured this seat will find an opportunity to kill them. As long as he's erased, naturally no one will dare to question your alteration. Rather than saying Zhuge Qingxian was arrogant and conceited, it was better to say that he showed disdain on the world and was ing with confidence. In his view, only he, Zhuge Qingxian, was able to make the incomparably mysterious Heaven's Secret Tower change the 10 great divine kings. It was still silent behind the black curtain. Only after a long time did he slowly said, the alteration this time is because of the heavens surmounting divine king. But it's not what you think. The meaning of the words was that you were under the delusion that the other party was willing. Sure enough, Zhuge Qingxuan's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, What do you mean? The other party said coolly, After a few days, you'll understand. Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. Zhuge Qingxuan's face turned black. 10,000 profanities galloped across his heart. This guy harped on these 1 or 2 sentences over and over again, in a secretive manner. Most importantly, the other party would not give him face no matter what. He originally thought that the change this time was because he wanted to kick Yi Yuan out of the 10 great divine kings. He did not expect that it was not the case at all. Not only was it not, hearing the meaning in the other party's words, it seemed like there was even a possibility of going further. This was simply too ridiculous, too repulsive. One had to know that between the 10 great divine kings' 6th and 5th place, there was a considerable gap in strength. Could Yi Yuan still have a possibility of jostling the darkness divine king, Sikong Shang, down? The Heaven's Secret Tower had always ranked the 10 great divine kings, according to strength. Could it be that in this short few months' time, Yi Yuan's strength actually had such a great leap? How was this possible? Good. I'll go and kill this boy right now. This seat wants to take a look at how you'll announce the 10 great divine kings this time. Zhuge Qingxian was livid until blue veins throbbed, saying 3 goods in a row. He could not do anything to this mysterious powerhouse. But toward Yi Yuan, he did not have that many misgivings. Done talking, Zhuge Qingxian flicked his sleeves and left. But the mysterious powerhouse did not have the intention of stopping. After Zhuge Qingxian left, another figure came out from inside. If Zhuge Qingxian was here, he would recognize that this person was none other than precisely the Spirit Bristle Divine King. Teng Yun, the Spirit Bristle Divine King, this kind of major power, was actually able to show up in the holy city noiselessly and appear in the Heaven's Secret Tower. This mysterious powerhouse's means were truly inconceivable, but at this time, the spirit-bristle divine king gave a bow towards that mysterious powerhouse behind the black curtains respectfully and said, "Elder Xian, is it really fine to let Zhuge Qingxian go and find Yi Yuan unchecked, like, so sup 1/sup? If the world were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked until their S fell out. The Divine Realm's #2 Divine King was actually so respectful towards a mysterious powerhouse, going out and saying it probably body would believe it either. "Yi Yuan's strength is greater than you imagine," said the mysterious powerhouse coolly. The spirit-bristle Divine King was slightly surprised and said, "In that case, Sikong Shang can't escape his doom this time." "Hoo, just you wait and see," said the mysterious powerhouse, who smiled slightly. Civ waves stirred up in the spirit-bristle Divine King's heart. When he and Yi Yuan parted, Yi Yuan could not even take a single move from Zhuge Qingxian. Just how long had it been? Could it be that Yi Yuan already grew to the extent where it was enough to cut down the Darkness Divine King? This boy was truly too monstrous, right? You guys, look. That young man seems to be Yi Yuan. It really is. It's already been 10 years, right? At that time, heard that he died in the heavenly slaughter pit. Didn't expect that he actually showed up in the Azura arena again. Back then, Yi Yuan's name shook the Azura arena. The 12 exalts, each and every one was all vying to have him. His strength is too formidable. Back then, when activating Azura mode, he actually succeeded in the challenge. This had never been done by anyone for tens of thousands of years. Oh, right. The Heaven's Secret Tower announced that the 6th Divine King is also called Yi Yuan. It wouldn't be him, right? You really come up with the wildest fantasy. When Yi Yuan came in at that time, he was merely a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist. Now, only 10 years have gone by. Even if his talent was any greater, it's also not possible to be so monstrous, right? Back then, Yi Yuan swept across the Azura arena, especially activating suicide mode. It attracted large groups of martial artists to surround and watch. Those people still had a very strong impression of Yi Yuan. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan entered the Azura arena, he was recognized by some meddlesome people. It was just that, in their view, this Yi Yuan just had a duplicate name with the heaven-surmounting Divine King, Yi Yuan. In 10 years' time, a Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse growing to join the 10 great Divine Kings. This was something totally impossible to happen. But even so, it did not hinder their feelings of wars. P and fear towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had the absolute kill token in his hands. Entering the Azura arena naturally did not pose any problems. He found a martial artist whose strength was decent and went up to ask, "Let me ask you, is the Demon King and Tansi still at the Azura arena now?" Back then, Yi Yuan left in a hurry and could be said to have fled in panic and did not bring them away. Now that 10 years had said, Yi Yuan naturally had to find these few acquaintances when returning to the Azura arena. It was just that upon Yi Yuan's query, that martial artist's expression became very ugly. Yi Yuan's heart sunk, and he said in a cold voice, "Speak, how are they?" Yi Yuan's grand completion slaughter concept opened up fully. That martial artist felt like he was already almost going into shock. I'll talk. The Demon King left the Azura arena not long after you left. As for Tansi, he died. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, "Who killed him?" Although Yi Yuan and Tansi did not have a deep friends. He served as his guide for a period of time at any rate. Yi Yuan did not expect that he was actually killed. How could Yi Yuan not be furious? It It was Exalt Cold Blood. That person said. Weren't Exalts unable to make a move against people below? Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Why, Your Excellency, back then, after you left, Tensi soared rapidly all the way, rising to the position of an Exalt. But on the first day he became an Exalt, he was killed by Exalt Cold Blood. Said that martial artist. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing murderous intent. What a terrific Cold Blood. It looks like we have to settle this score properly today. Yi Yuan said coldly. Chapter 1198. Kneel or not kneel? Chapter 1198. Kneel or not kneel? Boom. Azura City's 6th level. A pavilion directly had half of it smashed by Yi Yuan with one palm. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Who did it? Who dares to act wildly at my Cold Blood pavilion? Are you tired of living? Who? Who the H-E-L did it? Get out here for your father. Don't you know that the Cold Blood pavilion is S-H-I plus L'd by Exalt Cold Blood? Who the H-E-L is so brave. A group of people ate a stomach full of dust and came out of the pavilion cussing away very arrogantly. Cold Blood was the number 2 Exalt right now, his status second only to Exalt Netherkill. Therefore, his men under his command were very arrogant too. Practically N.O. body dared to provoke. 10 years Pa S. said, Cold Blood groomed another large batch of phaseless realm experts under him, roaming the 6th level without any scruples. A young man, holding a tablet in his hand, slowly came in front of everyone. Starting from now, all the way until Cold Blood comes, you guys all have to kowtow to my friend nonstop. Make it loud. If this young master can't hear the sound, I'll make a flower bloom on your heads, Yi Yuan said coldly. There were probably 100 people that came out from the Cold Blood pavilion. These people were all phaseless realm martial artists. There was even quite a number that was just a step away from Tao Profound. They exchanged a glance and suddenly startled chortling with laughter. Ha ha, you're killing your Lord Xiong. In this Azura arena, there has yet to be anybody who dares to speak to our Cold Blood pavilion like this. Where did this boy come from? Are you here to amuse your Lord Xiong? The 6th level martial artists who had seen Yi Yuan before were all dead. These few guys did not know Yi Yuan's terror. Not just them. Each and every one of those onlooking martial artists also felt that Yi Yuan was being a joke. He was afraid of scaring away Cold Blood and deliberately suppressed his realm to phaseless realm. Therefore, in these people's view, Yi Yuan's action was not much different from seeking death. In the entire Azura arena, only Exalt Netherkill dared to provoke Exalt Cold Blood. Whose? H. Plus Pucci. Yi Yuan's finger lightly flicked. A streak of tiny sword energy suddenly burst forth, piercing straight through Lord Xiong's head. Lord Xiong opened his eyes wide. He could not believe it until he died, that this young man before his eyes actually killed him so nonchalantly. Now, will you kowtow? Yi Yuan said, unhurriedly. Piercing, cold killing intent instantly filled the entire plaza. Grand completion slaughter concept. With this, everyone was stunned. This unknown youngster actually cultivated the slaughter concept to grand completion. One had to know that even the 12 Exalts, not one among them has someone who cultivated the slaughter concept to grand completion. Exalt Netherkill only cultivated to the level of 9 stars and did not reach grand completion. A terrifying killing intent immediately pressured those Cold Blood Pavilion's martial artists until they knelt down. Such power was not what they were capable of resisting at all. At this time, they finally knew the disparity between them and Yi Yuan. Although similarly phaseless realm, they were not even fit to carry Yi Yuan's shoes. Plus, Yi Yuan killed Lord Xiong the moment he came without even blinking. How could they still dare to resist? One by one, they started kowtowing towards Tan Si's tablet. Lord Tan, we were wrong. Lord Tan, if you know about this in the netherworld, let this Lord spare us. These people all started to wail tragically like their parents died, all banging their heads away. It would not do if it did not sound out. This killing G-O-D was really too terrifying. Even if these people were guys who were numb from killing people, they would not be foolish enough to treat their lives as a joke. Yi Yuan had lived around here before and knew the rules here. If you wanted to make them submit, you would have to kill until their blood ran cold. Hence, he killed Lord Xiong with ruthless measures the moment he came up, then displayed his strength. They would be very obedient. Yi Yuan knew that the 12 exalts all had their own eyes and ears here. The news over here would reach Coldblood's ears very soon. Humiliating his subordinates, like so, he would definitely come out. Sure enough, in less than an hour, a cold voice arrived high up in the air. The person had yet to arrive, but the voice reached first. Where did this trash come from to actually dare climb on top of the seat's head? A figure floated down. It was precisely the Coldblood, who he had not seen for many years. The moment Coldblood landed, he saw the young man across from him, currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Coldblood's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Yi Yuan, it's actually you." When he saw Yi Yuan, he was shocked at first. After all, the impression that Yi Yuan left on him was seriously too deep. But when he noticed that Yi Yuan was only at the peak phaseless realm, his heart landed. After that, his gaze fell on Tan Si's tablet. A hint of a mocking smile flashed past the corners of his mouth as he said, "Are you here to help this fool take revenge? Hoo-hoo, with just the likes of your 9th level phaseless strength." To be honest, when he learned that there was someone called Yi Yuan among the 10 great divine kings, he was truly racked with fear and anxiety. But now, when he saw Yi Yuan's realm, he was completely relieved. Yi Yuan ignored him and said coolly, "Kneel down now and give Tansi a few kowtows. This young master can give you a chance to end yourself. Otherwise, your fate will be worse than death." It was as if Coldblood heard some hilarious joke, letting out a wild laugh as he said, "Let this seat count with just the likes of you? Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you really don't know how the word death is written. You don't think that so many years this seat's strength has remained stagnant and didn't advance all along, right?" Done talking, Coldblood's aura released fully and was shockingly third, level Tao, profound strength. Yi Yuan smiled and took a step forward. But just this one step, the situation changed drastically. Yi Yuan's aura instantly soared to first level Tao, profound. But Yi Yuan's aura was not merely the suppression of cultivation realm. His essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths, all practically reached the extent of grand completion now. The moment his aura released, it was truly heaven and earth-changing colors. Because of it, boom, just first level Tao, profound power, already utterly overpowered Coldblood's 3rd level Tao, profound. Coldblood's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually concealed his strength. Boom. Yi Yuan took another step out, his aura rising tenfold again. Coldblood discovered to his astonishment that he was actually shackled by Yi Yuan's aura, completely unable to move. He felt as if there was somebody pressing on him from behind, pressing him towards the ground. "Kneel or not kneel?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Coldblood's expression was incomparably ugly, but he still said stubbornly, "Want to make this seat kneel in your next life." The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he took another step out. Boom. 3rd, leveled out, profound. It was only to hear a thud. Coldblood could not resist anymore. overwhelmed by Yi Yuan until he knelt down. Kowtow. Yi Yuan only lightly spat a word out of his mouth, revealing killing intent. Thick fear exuded out of Cold Blood's eyes. He never thought that not only did Yi Yuan conceal his strength, he even concealed so much. The current Yi Yuan was already what he could not even look up to. This strength was too scary. He was originally even counting on Exalt Netherkill to come and save him, but now he knew that if he still did not kowtow, there was only death. Now, only by waiting for his master to arrive could he be saved. With extreme unwillingness, Cold Blood finally prostrated down. Chapter 1199, The Taste of Despair. Chapter 1199, The Taste of Despair. Yi Yuan's domineeringness shocked everyone. As so strong. Just by relying on coercion, he overwhelmed Exalt Cold Blood until he knelt down. Yi Yuan, this name seems to be exactly the same as the heavens-surmounting Divine King. He wouldn't be the heavens-surmounting Divine King, right? No way. This Yi Yuan should be that one who rose to fame 10 years ago in the Azura arena. He was merely heaven enlightenment realm back then. It's just 10 years' time. How could he possibly become one of the 10 great divine kings? People speculated about Yi Yuan's ident. One after another. But there were still many people who were not willing to believe that this Yi Yuan was the heaven-surmounting divine king. After all, breaking through from heaven enlightenment realm to the boundary of the 10 great divine kings within 10 years, this was too exaggerated. 10 great divine kings, which one did not reach such heights only after thousands of years of ACCU mutilation. The chaotic Devil Sea had never been a reasonable place. The high and mighty exalts would also lower their proud heads in front of absolute strength. It was just that. Barely anyone had that strength. But Yi Yuan had it. Yi Yuan glanced at Tansi's tablet and secretly sighed as he said, "You and I didn't have a deep friends. I+P. But I brought you into the fire pit. This farce today, take it as a memorial ceremony for you." Back then, the outside world did not know what happened inside the heavenly slaughter pit at all. Tansi even thought that Yi Yuan met with a mishap inside. He completely did not expect that Cold Blood had long already targeted him. The reason was that he had a close relations. I+P with Yi Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. Cold Blood's kowtowing sounds were heavy but rhythmic. No matter what, his face was completely, utterly swept away today. All right, take your own life. Of course, I can give you a chance to challenge me, but you have to be prepared to never reincarnate for all of eternity. Yi Yuan said coolly. The pressure on Cold Blood's body immediately eased up, but the heavy weight in his heart did not ease up in the slightest. The two choices that Yi Yuan gave him were both death, making him take his own life just like this. He was naturally unwilling. But making him never to reincarnate for all of eternity, he still felt terror. But witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, he knew that he absolutely had no chance of victory. Cold Blood's gaze swiveled all around. He was waiting for reinforcements. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, his entire person rousing up. The previous shadow was swept clean. Swuz. H+Swuz. H+Swuz. H+11 figures landed. Cold Blood was overjoyed and said, "Big Brother Netherkill, you finally came." At this time, he felt like his soul was almost leaving his body. The pressure that Yi Yuan put on him was too great. Just earlier, he was virtually really going to take his own life. Ha ha, Yi Yuan, so what even if you concealed your strength? With Big Brother Netherkill around, can you overturn the heavens still? Cold Blood said, with a wild laugh. At this time, he had the exhilaration of face-slapping. Weren't you making me take my own life? Now, I'll see how you posture still. He knew that Netherkill's strength advanced by leaps and bounds these few years and already reached 7th level Tao Profound. Furthermore, behind Netherkill was his master. Yi Yuan looked at Cold Blood with an amused look and said smilingly, "If I want to kill you, and oh, body can stop it." Cold Blood laughed loudly and said, "Who doesn't know how to brag?" "Yi Yuan, do you really take us 12 exalts to be someone who only knows how to eat rice and do nothing?" Back then, in the heavenly slaughter pit, a large group of the 12 exalts died. Now, these 12 exalts clearly changed another batch. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Otherwise, what do you think?" Finished talking, Yi Yuan ignored Cold Blood as well and said to Netherkill, "Have Sikong Shang come." This young master came to return the enmity of a palm. Netherkill said, "Master is already on the way over. He says that he needs your divine artifact." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Is that so? Then you let him hurry up." "Oh, right, this young master will send you on your way first. Looking at you occupy this bag of skin, this young master feels disgusted." The moment his voice faded, Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. A terrifying soul force erupted out. Buzz. Everyone had yet to understand what was going on, and Netherkill already toppled to the ground softly. With Yi Yuan's current soul force, wanting to obliterate a clone of Sikongshang was seriously too easy. What he wanted was Netherkill's intact corpse. Seeing Netherkill talking to him, the rage in Yi Yuan's heart could not be suppressed anymore, and directly erupted. "Chi!" Yi Yuan's sword finger rose up. The other 10 great exalts turned to dust in a blink of an eye. Cold Blood was completely dumbfounded. The 7th level Tao Profound Netherkill was killed so easily by a divine soul attack. Also, 10 great exalts were obliterated without even drawing their weapons. Just how powerful was the current Yi Yuan? However, Yi Yuan's words stirred up Civ waves among the crowd. "Sikong Shang? I assent this the name of the Darkness Divine King?" Could it be that behind Exalt Netherkill was actually the Darkness Divine King? Doesn't this mean that the Chaotic Devil Sea is actually the Darkness Divine King's domain? Yi Yuan said that he wanted to challenge the Darkness Divine King just now. If he isn't crazy, then he really has this strength. Then he is the heavens surmounting Divine King? The information revealed in Yi Yuan's words messed everyone up. While Cold Blood stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, his eyes filled with despair. Heaven surmounting Divine King. Yi Yuan actually really became the heaven surmounting Divine King. Just what kind of a terrifying adversary did I provoke? Thud. Cold Blood directly knelt down towards Yi Yuan and wailed, "Heaven surmounting Divine King. It was Cold Blood who failed to recognize Mount Tai even though I had eyes. Your Excellency, be magnanimous and let this lowly one take my own life. I was wrong." Cold Blood knew that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was seriously too great. As long as Yi Yuan did not agree, he could not accomplish it even if he wanted to die. At this time, he already had no hopes of getting lucky in his heart, and only hoped for a quick death. But this already became a luxury. Yi Yuan said coolly, "This young master already gave you a chance, but it was you who didn't cherish it yourself." While talking, Yi Yuan held a pale flame up in the palm of his hand. This flame made people palpitate with anxiety and fear. The color on Cold Blood's face instantly faded away clean. "Go!" Yi Yuan's palm lightly thrust. The cleansing sandal sacred flame directly burned Cold Blood's physical body clean, then wrapped around his divine soul and flew to Yi Yuan's side. Yi Yuan retrieved a small bottle and stored Cold Blood's divine soul inside. He would refine Cold Blood's divine soul for 7 by 7, 49 days, finally turning into nothingness never to reincarnate for all of eternity. The current cold blood was merely a minor character to him. The reason why he went through all this trouble was just in order to let cold blood experience the taste of despair and use it to memorialize Tansi's spirit in heaven. Yi Yuan put away Netherkill's fleshly body and Tansi's tablet. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled, and he taunted Sikong Shang. These lackeys had followed you for a number of years. At any rate, you actually pa-ass. Sively watched them be killed just like that. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's heart jolt. When did the Darkness Divine King, Sikong Shang, already arrive? A black silhouette slowly walked out from within the void, looked at Yi Yuan, and said indifferently, "Just a bunch of ants, inconsequential to this seat. What this seat is more interested in is your divine artifact." Chapter 1200. Coward. Chapter 1200. Coward, the heaven-surmounting Divine King is challenging the Darkness Divine King? Is Yi Yuan crazy? Doesn't he know that there's a sieve chasm between the 5th level and 6th level? Looks like they seem to have considerable enmity between them. It seems like entering the heavenly slaughter pit the last time. A major conflict happened between the two. Oh, right. Didn't the Heaven's Secret Tower said that the 10 great divine kings would have some changes recently? Could it be referring to this showdown between them? The Heaven's Secret Tower is truly too terrifying to actually be able to predict even this sort of thing. Well deserving of Heaven's Secret, these 2 words. Yi Yuan and Sikong Shang were all set for a showdown, immediately drawing many speculations. The Heaven's Secret Tower was spread throughout the divine realm. Even though the chaotic Devil Sea was relatively out of the way, they also already knew the news that the 10 great divine kings was going to have some changes. The mysterious Darkness Divine King rarely revealed anything in the divine realm. And, Body knew how formidable his strength was either. But without a doubt, for him to be able to stabilize in 5th place, his strength must be very terrifying. Hearing that Sikong Shang was coveting his divine artifact still, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The divine artifact is right here. As long as you can kill me, it's all yours. Then this seat will come and take it." Sikong Shang's faint voice sounded out. All of a sudden, the skies turned dark. His voice showed disdain on everything, as if there was nothing that he could take notice of at all. Even if Yi Yuan was similarly of the 10 great divine kings, he did not take it to heart at all. The blood-red-colored sky was completely shrouded by darkness at this time. Very soon, the surroundings became completely dark, unable to see one's fingers when extending one's hands. At the same time, countless terrified voices accompanied it. I can't see anything. What's going on here? I can't sense the surrounding essence energy anymore. My essence energy is currently rapidly flowing away. Sikong Shang was worthy of the darkness. The moment he made his move, it was as if he was going to plunder everything. These martial artists were unable to see. Furthermore, the surroundings felt like the surrounding essence energy was completely cut off. Not just so, inside this region of dark their essence energy was flowing away rapidly, even if they did not employ any martial technique or cultivation method. This style of fighting was simply too unreasonable. In the darkness came Sikong Shang's indifferent voice. "This seat knows that you're the newly ascended 6th divine king, but to this seat, it's all the same. The last time, because this seat was in close seclusion in the depths of the heavenly slaughter pit, you were lucky to escape. Didn't expect that this time you actually delivered yourself to the doorstep to seek death. Then this seat won't be courteous anymore. Despair and die in this darkness then." Suddenly, a terrifying, devouring force came from inside the darkness. Yi Yuan felt that the essence energy within his body was actually flowing away rapidly. This darkness concept carried the power of divine Tao laws and was capable of devouring everything. All connection between this darkness and outside world was completely cut off. Experiencing the initial panic, those martial artists' emotions finally settled down. They knew that the Darkness Divine King was not targeting them. Yi Yuan, who was situated in the center of the darkness, should be the one losing all hope at this time. Indeed worthy of being the fifth Divine King. This martial technique of the Darkness Divine King is too unreasonable. Yeah, can't see, can't touch. Essence energy is even being devoured. How to fight still? The heaven surmounting Divine King is in danger. He was too reckless to actually dare challenge a Divine King ranked in the top 5. Isn't this courting death? Looks like Heaven's Secret Tower's changes this time is to strike Yi Yuan's name off the list. Not that they were looking down on Yi Yuan, but because this move of Si Gongshang was too terrifying. And, Body had seen before the Darkness Divine King attack. But the moment he made his move, it shocked the world. The darkness concept was an extremely difficult to comprehend concept in the first place. For the Darkness Divine King to be able to comprehend it to such a boundary, it was simply unheard of. Cutting off essence energy was equivalent to severing the martial artist's lifeline. Reaching Divine King, this sort of realm, one relied on comprehension towards heavenly Tao and maneuvered heaven and earth essence energy to battle. To a Divine King powerhouse, being unable to mobilize heaven and earth essence energy, and merely rely on their own essence energy to match powers with the opponent, this was simply no different from courting death. But the Darkness Divine King cut off all of the essence energy savagely and unreasonably, just like this. Furthermore, this darkness could even hasten the martial artist's essence energy consumption. Under this situation, where one party's strength declined while the other's strength increased, there was no way to fight at all. In their view, this move simply had no C, H, I, N, K in the armor. Probably, even if the heavens stabilizing Divine King came, he would have a terrible headache too, right? Time slowly trickled by, but Yi Yuan did not have any movements at all, while the Darkness Divine King did not seem to be anxious either. He laid low inside the darkness, all along, and did not make a move. The world seemed to have fallen into deathly stillness. You don't seem to be worried at all. Suddenly, Si Gongshang broke the silence. Why do I have to be worried? Just based on this lousy move of yours? Yi Yuan's words exuded thick mockery. Ho-hoo, you're very interesting, different from the people I've killed in the past. Si Gongshang did not get angry, and still said calmly. Yi Yuan was silent, and only said after a long time, You killed Yu Wuya and deserve to die? Are you talking about Netherkill? This boy's talent was pretty good. Being selected by this seat to become a clone was his honor. According to what I know, you shouldn't seem to have any interactions with him? Si Gongshang said very apathetically, as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter. Yi Yuan fell silent once more. He was utterly infuriated by cold blood, this fellow. But the more enraged he got, the more terrifyingly calm he became. He's considered half a master to me. Yi Yuan said, Like this, huh? No wonder. It's too bad. You're going to follow in his footsteps too. All right, time is almost up. This seat should send you on your way already. Bring out your divine artifact. Otherwise, there won't be a chance anymore. Si Gongshang said indifferently. There's no need for a divine artifact to deal with you. Ho-ho, what a confident young man. Si Gongshang laughed, mockingly and brazenly attacked. In the darkness, a large hand smacked over towards Yi Yuan's back noiselessly. The killing intent of this move condensed and did not dissipate. It was no different from an arrow shot from hiding in this darkness because there was not a hint of omen beforehand. Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious and still had his back faced towards this palm. In the darkness, a hint of a cold smile flashed past the corners of Sikong Shang's mouth. As expected, only knew how to boast, was it? Swuz. H. Plus suddenly, Sikong Shang's smile froze on his face. This palm struck nothing. Just earlier, Yi Yuan's figure, S. H. I. plus feet at an angle bizarrely, and actually narrowly avoided this blow. It must be a fluke. In the darkness, Sikong Shang adjusted the angle and smacked a palm towards Yi Yuan once more. However, it missed again. Ho-Hu is the exalted darkness divine king, just a coward who sneak attacks people from the back. In the darkness came Yi Yuan's mocking words. With this, Sikong Shang finally knew that this was not a fluke. Yi Yuan really knew where he unleashed his palm from. You can perceive me? In Sikong Shang's words, they carried thick uncertainty. This darkness was absolute darkness, could not see any light at all. And Sikong Shang's figure could merge perfectly into this darkness. Forget about eyes. Even perception was unable to discover him too. Yet Yi Yuan could. Chapter 1201. Explosion Rune. Chapter 1201. Explosion Rune. What do you think? Yi Yuan's words were filled with thick ridicule. This martial technique of Sikong Shang's that resembled the power of domain was indeed incomparably powerful. It was too bad that his opponent was Yi Yuan. Grand completion heart realm made Yi Yuan's perception powers far exceed ordinary people. The sun-moon heavenly pupil even let Yi Yuan possess unparalleled ocular powers. Sikong Shang summed a serious attitude towards the matter. But in Yi Yuan's view, he was just a clown jumping around. This limitless darkness was not much different from daytime in front of Yi Yuan. This darkness just cut off essence energy, but was unable to cut off natural laws. Yi Yuan's movement technique was not affected. Terrific, lad. Indeed, you have some capabilities. It was this seat who underestimated you. Sikong Shang was extremely shocked and furious. As the most mysterious existence among the 10 great divine kings, he normally rarely made a move. But he had full confidence in his own strength. He did not expect that he was actually made such a joke of by a junior. Is that so? I overestimated you. I even thought how formidable the 5th divine king was. Didn't expect that you were too weak to stand up to the compet. One tie-in. Yi Yuan said coolly. One sentence made Sikong Shang's face somber to the extreme. Brat, don't talk too big when boasting. Careful, the wind might sprain your tongue. Yi Yuan said indifferently, want to sprain this young master's tongue, you got to bring out a bit of true capabilities. Since you're so anxious to seek death, then this seat will fulfill your Wisconsin H. Plus Sikong Shang's expression turned cold, and a palm smacked out from within the darkness. Terrifying killing intent instantly swept across the entire SPAC. This palm force seemed to want to shatter this SPAC abyss netherworld palm. The hint of a light smile curled up at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth as he opened his mouth and said, "That's a bit more interesting. As expected, your slaughter concept isn't for show. This palm is powerful enough. Conceited brat, prepare to die." Sikong Shang was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude. This palm. Sikong Shang went all out. Berserk slaughter concept made the SPAC start to tremble. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The power of his fleshy body instantly erupted, his entire body taking on a golden color. 9 transformations, golden body. The Yi Yuan who had been taciturn all along finally erupted. The current Yi Yuan was just like the rising sun lighting up the dark night. Those martial artists looked at Yi Yuan in the sky akin to the reincarnation of a God or Buddha, his body exuding the aura of beholding a great mountain from top to bottom. What kind of martial technique is this? To actually be able to break the Darkness Divine King's silent extermination domain. So strong. Why do I actually have a feeling of blood boiling with righteous indignation when I see the heaven-surmounting Divine King's martial technique? What a fine heaven-surmounting Divine King. This is really going to ride above the ninth heaven. Yi Yuan's berserk aura made everyone's face change drastically. Turns out that up till now, the heaven-surmounting Divine King did not truly bring out his strength at all. This was the true heaven-surmounting Divine King. 9 transformations golden body. How is this possible? Those people did not recognize the 9 transformations golden body, but Sikong Shang recognized it. In his understanding, this was simply not what a Tier 9 martial artist should be capable of possessing. Hence, this shock was by no means insignificant. However, the arrow was already fitted onto the string, and already had no choice but to release it. His momentum was already formed, and could only forcefully clash this blow with Yi Yuan, coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm. Likewise smacking a palm out, Yi Yuan was the midday sun high up in the sky, while Sikong Shang was cold like the underworld. 2 extremely great contrast auras collided together intensely. Rumble. The entire SPAC was quivering. A terrifying energy undulation instantly spread out, reducing the Azura Arena's 6th level's SPAC to fragments. The Darkness Divine King's silent extermination, domain shattering. The sky returned to that blood-red color again. Sikong Shang's blood sprayed across the sky, his figure flying out backward like a cannonball. This frontal exchange, the heaven-surmounting Divine King, won completely. Quickly run. The Azura Arena is crumbling. The heaven-surmounting Divine King is too scary. Even the Darkness Divine King is actually not a match. His strength can absolutely rank into the top 5 already. Truly too inconceivable. It's just been a few months, and the heaven-surmounting Divine King actually already grew to such a level. Those martial artists shouted in great terror as they run away. Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm and Sikong Shang's abyss netherworld palm were both presently the divine realm's apex cultivation methods. The collision of 2 great martial techniques, the power was too terrifying, directly destroying this SPAC made up of array formations. The formation foundation was already ruined. The Azura Arena looked as if it was going to collapse already. However, this clash, the relative superiority and inferiority were already clear at a glance. Heaven-surmounting Divine King Yi Yuan's strength already said the Darkness Divine King. Swoosh! Sikong Shang's figure shot up to the sky, turning into a black arc and flying above the skies. The Darkness Divine King took flight, but the direction he escaped in was diametrically opposite to the others. It was actually in the direction of the heavenly slaughter pit. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The art of greater teleportation was instantly displayed, chasing after. Boy, don't push people too far. Sikong Shang's voice held panic. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You cruelly oppressed the common folks, killed my respected teacher, and also the enmity of a palm. No matter which one, you have to die beyond a doubt today." Brat, do you really take this seat to be easy to bully? When Sikong Shang saw Yi Yuan hot at his heels, he gave a palm with a swing of his hand. But a hasty palm did not pose any threat to Yi Yuan at all. Rather, Yi Yuan sent out a Fury Sword Fire Lotus with a backhand, striking Sikong Shang without any deviation. Arg! A tragic cry transmitted over. Sikong Shang's aura immediately lost considerable vigor. Yi Yuan directly arrived beside Si Kongshang with greater teleportation. He was just planning on supplementing a slash and sending Si Kongshang to the Western Paradise. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's warning bells sounded. A horrifying energy spurted out. That Si Kongshang actually directly exploded. This explosion's power was actually not beneath Yi Yuan's coiling dragon, heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan was too close to Si Kongshang at this time. The power of this explosion practically detonated instantly. Yi Yuan's body was directly blasted flying out. Poork, Yi Yuan immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. His figure retreated 10,000 feet away before barely managing to hold steady. That attack just now took him by surprise. If it were others, they would probably be blasted until a corpse did not exist already. Right at the critical moment, Yi Yuan's domain of sword opened up fully. The black tortoise treasure body divine art revolved at full power, coupled with his powerful physical body, before he barely managed to pull through. Even so, Yi Yuan became a blood person from head to toe at this time too. A lesser part of Yi Yuan's body was practically blown away. It looked incomparably grotesque. A black figure flew up in the sky and looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile. Who could it be if not Si Kongshang? I didn't think that you were actually able to survive under this explosion rune that contains divine Tao laws. Truly remarkable. Si Kongshang said with a broad grin. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said coldly, "It was this young master who was careless. You've operated in this chaotic devil sea for a long time, so how can your clone only be Yu Wuya alone?" Si Kongshang smiled and said, "Oh, smart! That Yu Wuya was merely a clone that this seat used to manage the Azura arena. My true clones have exactly the same aura as this seat. It is difficult to distinguish the true and the false. Even though this seat is known as the Darkness Divine King, my true ace in the hole is this explosion rune. Now, this seat will send you on your way." Chapter 12:02. A change that drove people crazy. Chapter 12:02. A change that drove people crazy at this time. Yi Yuan's left arm was practically blown away. His body dripped with blood. Injuries looked very severe. For Divine King realm martial artists, this degree of injuries was very serious too. Even though they could regrow severed limbs, the price expended was not small either. At the very least, under the circumstances of such severe injuries, there was absolutely no way to escape from Si Kongshang's hands. "Looks like this is the strongest trick. Then it's time to send you on your way," said Yi Yuan coolly, who was totally oblivious towards the injuries on his body. Si Kongshang grinned hideously and said, "You're already wounded until like this, and you still dare to utter this sort of big talk? Boy, I have to hand it to you. Your ambition is very big. Are you talking about this injury? Ho, it isn't considered much to me," Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Ha ha, not considered much." Si Kongshang's smile suddenly froze. His eyes staring like wide saucers, looking at everything before his eyes in disbelief, resulting in the tone of the second half of his sentence changing. Yi Yuan's left arm actually grew out just like that. Not just so, the wounds that his explosion caused were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Si Kongshang did not quite dare to believe his eyes. This recovery ability was simply too freakies. Plus, this is too fake, right? Could it be that the heaven-surmounting divine king possesses an undying body? Such horrifying injuries, if it were others, they would probably croak straight away, right? He actually directly recovered. Too unreasonable. How to fight still? Immensely powerful offensive power, startling defensive power, freakish recovery ability. There's simply no weakness to exploit here. No wonder. No wonder Yi Yuan was T. I tled as heaven surmounting divine king. I feel that no other T. I Tli is more suitable for him than this. This scene made everyone stunned. Yi Yuan sustaining serious injuries. They all thought that he was dead for sure. He did not expect that the next instant such a dramatic scene occurred. The current Yi Yuan was alive and kicking. How did he look like someone who was injured before? Ever since Yi Yuan awakened the atavism dragon soul and comprehended the tyrant dragon regeneration art, wanting to kill him was really not an easy matter, unless one's strength was far greater than his, utterly destroying his vital parts straight away. Otherwise, it was just a matter of minutes for him to recover. The price was just losing some blood essence. But this kind of expenditure was not considered a serious impairment to Yi Yuan. Even though the expenditure for using this move is quite large dealing with you, it seems like there's only using this move too. Yi Yuan was rather helpless. He was indeed not very willing to use the voice of the dragon G. Oh, D. This move's consumption was too great. The last time, he only used the time of 3 breaths, and he lay on the bed for a month. Even if it was just using 2 breaths of time, it was extremely awful for Yi Yuan too. While this martial technique was strong, it was really not what the average person could use. Sikong Shang's expression changed, instinctively sensing that things were not good. He did not expect that the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was actually not even Yi Yuan's limit. Yi Yuan actually had an even stronger killing move. Virtually without the slightest hesitation, Sikong Shang made a run for it. Except, how could his speed be faster than the voice of the dragon G? OD, roar. A dragon roar that reverberated through the clouds instantly sounded throughout the entire sky. The figure of Sikong Shang's, that was currently fleeing, abruptly stopped. Ark! A shrill and miserably cry emitted out of Sikong Shang's mouth. He already used his strongest essence energy to resist this sound wave attack. Yet, all of these were futile. After 2 breaths, Sikong Shang's body was directly crushed into minced meat with a bang. Ho! Yi Yuan slowly landed from the air. He was no longer able to hold his body up. 2 breaths of time. Even though he did not collapse like the last time, it also squeezed his physical strength dry until not a trace remained. At this very moment, he did not wish to even lift a finger. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Big brother, are you all right? Fiery appeared at the right moment and supported Yi Yuan, then stuffed a medicinal pill into Yi Yuan's mouth. Ever since the situation last time occurred, Yi Yuan naturally had to prepare some physical strength-restoring medicinal pills. But right now, 2 breaths of time were still a rather taxing load on him. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "You look at my appearance, can I be fine?" I even thought that the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm should be sufficient to deal with him. I didn't think that I still have to use this move in the end. Fiery smiled and said, "That was the 5th divine king. Big brother, you're going to cause a stir in the entire divine realm again with this." Yi Yuan said helplessly, "I don't wish to cause a sensation in the divine realm, but that heaven's secret tower seems to really be quite extraordinary." Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with dumbfounded gazes and slack jaws, feeling that everything before their eyes was not too real. The darkness divine king really died. My eyesight isn't failing me, right? Quick, pinch me. Ouch. You really pinched. I freaking not dreaming. The 5th divine king really died. The 10 great divine kings lived in peace with each other for 2,000 years. Didn't expect that one actually perished just like this today. Furthermore, it's even the 5th divine king. Turns out that the change the Heaven's Secret Tower was talking about was actually like this. Slightly prior to this, the Heaven's Secret Tower issued the new issue of 10 Great Divine Kings. The entire divine realm was instantly set on fire, especially the Holy City. It simply seethed with excitement. Yi Yuan's ranked fourth. He actually directly advanced 2 places, ranking in front of the sole martial divine king. Who can tell me what in the world happened? Where's the darkness divine king? Why is the darkness divine king gone? What the H-E-L-L? Is this Heaven's Secret Tower's ranking being funny? The single-core divine king came back again. It's just that this time, he's ranked at the 10th place. The Violet Extreme Divine King and the other few divine kings all advanced a place in order. Could it be that the Darkness Divine King, Impossible! That's the 5th divine king. Who could kill him? Even if he can't beat the Heavens Stabilizing Divine King, he can always run, right? Who can tell me what in the world happened? The discussion regarding the 10 great divine kings gave rise to much discussion. However, the Heaven's Secret Tower did not give any response. They just announced the new issue of the 10 great divine kings, then did not give any explanations. Why in the world the Darkness Divine King was gone, and, Body knew either. The Heaven's Secret Tower's actions simply drove everyone crazy. Each and every one of them felt like cats were scratching in their hearts, desperately wanting to know the reason involved, even though this had nothing to do with them at all. But a gossiping heart could not be dispensed off no matter where. Hence, some important wealthy people, and also some family clans with deep foundations started buying information from the Heaven's Secret Tower. This information made the Heaven's Secret Tower scoop up a massive profit. However, the intel was still being kept secret, because the condition for the Heaven's Secret Tower to sell the intel was not allowing the information to be disseminated out. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Although the Heaven's Secret Tower had never taken action outside before, and, Body doubted its might, because the Holy City had already existed for D knows how many years, while the Heaven's Secret Tower merely existed for 2,000 years. The Heaven's Secret Tower domineeringly ventured in, but did not arouse the Holy City's kickback. This, in itself, indicated many problems. Chapter 12:03, Kano. Chapter 12:03, Kana. Divine Martial Hall, dark and gloomy. Waves of terrifying aura leaked out from the depths of the great hall, giving people a feeling of palpitation. Which you didn't listen to this D's words. Suffered a huge loss this time, right? A cold voice transmitted over, the words carrying thick, gloating over others' misfortune. At this time, a cold and stern voice came over. Humph! Stop making sarcastic remarks over there. Don't think that this Holy Mother doesn't know what you're planning. These 2 people were shockingly the 2 great heavenly fiend DS Kanua and Yuji. Now that it played out like this, don't you understand yet? The 2 of us are originally this immortal Grove region's aberrant life forms, and are rejected by heavenly Tao. Hence, that's why we suffered repeated defeats. Kanua said sup 1/sup. So what? Just based on these bunch of rookies from the immortal Grove region, can they kill us too? Yuji said, you old witch, you're really forgetful. Didn't you almost turn to ashes this time? Kanua said, Old thing, are you seeking death? Yuji's expression turned coldly, and still had some lingering fear in her heart. That voice of the dragon D from Yi Yuan almost shocked her until her soul disintegrated. Don't try that stuff with this D. In your state, what can you still do to this seat? But this D is really quite surprised. Yi Yuan, that brat, actually learned the long-lost voice of the dragon D. Looks like the momentum of his rise already cannot be stopped. Kanua actually said with a slight sigh, Humph! You fool! Bustled about for so many years, didn't it still make a wedding dress for him in vain? To actually have the face to talk about me. Yu said with cold mockery. What do you know? If this D recovers to peak strength, I naturally wouldn't fear them. But the human race has that old guy who's opposing this D in all aspects. Once I give myself away, this seats these years of effort will really be cast to the winds. Kanua said in a solemn voice. Yu was startled when she heard that and said, the current human race still has such a major power. Otherwise, what do you think? That old guy formed an organization called Mystic Gate, which enlisted the services of quite a number of experts. Those 10 great divine kings, there's half that was fostered by him. These people have all comprehended divine Tao laws, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Let alone himself, Kanwa said. Yuji's expression changed, and she said, then what should we do now? Give me the fiend source bead. Kanwa said, You're dreaming. Yuji said with a cold expression, in this D's current state, the worst outcome is being sealed once again too. Furthermore, I still have several peerlessly fine cards that can be played against Yi Yuan in my hands. But if you're found by Yi Yuan, that's a one-way ticket to H-E-L-L. Do you think that you have any choice? Kanwa said with a cold smile. Yuji's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, she still gritted her teeth, opened her mouth, and spat out a black color bead. This bead was black throughout, but the moment it appeared, fiendish energy surged to the sky, as if it had the aura to devour heaven and earth. In the darkness, a large hand suddenly reached out, directly grabbing the fiend source bead in his hand. Following that, Kanwa let out a loud laugh and said, Ha ha ha, heavenly fiend D artifact, fiend source bead. With it, even if this seat isn't able to recover to peak strength, I'll have 70% strength too. Who can stop me in this divine realm? Old thing. Yi Yuan, this time, this D will let you know the taste of fear. Ha ha, G's expression was rather ugly. This fiend source bead was the fiend race's heavenly fiend D artifact. Its power was boundless. Handing it over now, she could only depend on Kanwa. In the depths of the great hall, there was a blood pool. In the blood pool, a young man was soaking in it, leaving only a head outside. This man's looks were handsome, looking to be of similar age, with Yi Yuan no different from humans. Above the blood pool, countless red beads were suspended. These beads were precisely the 58,000 blood soul beads that Ji Kanglin collected. The young man suddenly opened his mouth and said, Blood soul fiend establish. Plus in grand array, activate. All of a sudden, 58,000 suspended blood beads radiated with a brilliant blood light, looking breathtaking. A terrifying sanguinary power shot straight for the clouds, thoroughly enveloping the young man inside. A month later, a burst of terrifying laughter came from inside the divine martial hall. Ha ha! When this D comes into being, I'll see which one of you can stop me this time. The essence energy storm gradually disappeared. Yi Yuan's essence energy finally calmed down. Congratulations, big brother, for finally entering Divine King Realm. Fiery said, excitedly by the side. But Yi Yuan smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, originally, Essence Energy Realm was the easiest to improve for me. I didn't expect that after so many years, I was actually held back by Essence Energy Realm. Reincarnating, your lucky chances were too heaven-defying, resulting in Essence Energy Realm seeming slow instead. Actually, even if you're an alchemy emperor reincarnating to be able to reach the Divine King Realm in such a short time, it's already very heaven-defying. By the side, Longtongue had a laugh. Killing the Darkness Divine King, Sikong Shang. Yi Yuan finally found the opportunity to break through to the Divine King realm. After a few days of ACCU emulation, he finally broke through to the Divine King realm. Regarding Essence Energy Realm, the Divine King realm was another level. With the support of Divine King Realm Essence Energy, Yi Yuan's martial techniques would be able to unleash even greater might. Actually, to talk about the Fury Sword Fire Lotus and Divine Rank Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm, which one was stronger or weaker, it was not easy to judge. It was just that Yi Yuan's Essence Energy Realm had stopped at 8th level Dao Profound all along. Hence, Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power appeared relatively weak, now that he broke through to Divine King Realm. Not only did Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power increase greatly, his domain of sword, greater teleportation, and other skills would have a qualitative leap. Your Excellency, these few days, you've been in close seclusion all along and probably don't know yet you're already the 4th Divine King now. Meng Guang had an excited look. It was as if the 4th Divine King was him. When he killed Si Shang, Yi Yuan put him away inside the vast heaven pack. These few days, he had constantly been inquiring news in the Azura arena. But this news was undoubtedly the heaviest weight. Yi Yuan could not help being slightly stupefied when he heard and said, "Just 4th." Everyone's expressions choked up. It was just a few months, and you already rushed from 6th to 4th. Could it be that you were not satisfied yet? Seeing everyone's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like I still underestimated Zhuge Qingxian, the 3 of their strengths. Although the voice of the dragon Ji, D is strong. They just have to resist for 3 breaths of time, and I can only let people slaughter me at will." Only when everyone heard did they come to a realization. However, the power of the voice of the dragon Ji, D was indeed too terrifying. If Yi Yuan could support it to up 10 breaths of time, it was basically enough to sweep across the divine realm. The voice of the dragon Ji, D's sound wave attack, following the Pa-S, Sing of Time, would make the power become even more terrifying as the sound waves stacked layer upon layer. It was just a shame that Yi Yuan could, at most, only support 3 breaths of time. All right, it's almost time. We should go back. Probably before long, the fiend calamity will be erupting. This period of time, we still have to prepare a little, Yi Yuan said. The group of people finally returned to the Dragon Clan after a few twists and turns. However, the scene before his eyes made Yi Yuan's hair stand on end with anger.